Um, um, I'm trying to share the live with people that asked that I shared with. I believe people will just come in. What's happening? Hi everyone. I'm thankful that you guys honored me and actually came to the live. I'm thankful that you joined. I don't know.
Yeah, nigga, I'm still fucking with you. Still waters run deep. Still.
Not now. I hope I hope the call didn't ruin things. I hope I'm not aircon I'm thankful that you guys joined. I'm thankful that everybody's here. I don't know. I can't show enough gratitude for that. With that said, I'll move forward and say, last time we spoke, the agreed topic was, what is a man? But before we go to the topic, I want to put it out there that some people engaged me in the DMs and said the 2 minutes that we agreed we're going to give to each speaker is a bit too little. So each person can be given like 5 minutes. The person will say whatever they want to say in the first 3 minutes of their 5 minutes. And then the last 2 minutes of their 5 minutes, the floor can ask questions. Then the person will have 2 minutes to answer those questions. I hope everybody agrees with that and is okay with that. To me, it made sense. Inamse is saying it sounds fair. So because people were saying like the 2 minutes is too little for one to say exactly what they want to say. And more especially if you're going to be given just a minute to answer the questions that might be asked. Thank you. I see the fair that is coming from the comments. What else? Oh yeah. Now going to the topic. So the question is, what is a man, right? For years we've been defined by people that have never been men in their lives. So we've been defined by what we can give out. And we are born into these definitions, so we just have to wear it as we grow up. We've also been defined by people who existed before us, which would be our forefathers. So I think this is an opportunity for each of us as men to actually define for ourselves, to have a contemporary definition, a definition that is serving our time, to explain what exactly it means to be a man. And we had ground house rules. I don't know if you guys need me to read the house rules before I let people request so that we can start our discussion. I don't know if you guys would need me to read the house rules again or you all saw the video that I made of the house rules or read the house rules on the post, and we are ready to go. I don't know. I need people to just comment, read, and we'll start requesting it. Okay, Dali. I'm firing up my laptop. I'll check the house rules on the laptop. Come on. What am I? No worries. We'll update the ones who didn't get. What am I forgetting? I think I've thanked people. Oh yeah. Whilst I'm still waiting for the laptop, we discussed everything except how long is the live gonna last. Like, is it gonna be a 1 minute live? Is it gonna be a 1 hour live, or is it gonna be a 2 hours live? Or sizawuba and we'll see in double moya or status begepi. We didn't discuss that. So I don't know if there are any suggestions of how long should this live take. Thank you. Still is you. I think we'll be determined Moya tip. Yes, Tato. I have moderators. I have Umbali. I have Astandile. I have Uzuko. Ash. Ash, are you good?
Zayoni.
Are you good, bro?
Hey, look, I'm doing absolutely well. I'm actually very much excited about this. Sanibonani nonke madoda in the comments section. Sanibonani nani our female moderators. I hope everyone alright. And look, I just want to open up the floor for everybody else. I really liked the initiative that you took in making this happen, my brother. I think this is very much needed by everybody else, especially amadoda in this day and age. So ngiyanibingelela nonke mamajita, ngiyanibingelela nonke. From my side, I think the first thing that we need to start off exactly is the ground rules that my guy is still looking for. Please note to this. Oh, you okay? All right. You want to read them out now?
Yeah.
Okay, please proceed.
So the house rules go as follow. We don't entertain tribalism. We don't impose our religion or beliefs on others. We don't question or disrespect other people's beliefs or religion. Only one person talks at a time. 5 minutes will be given to each speaker. 3 minutes will be for the input. 2 minutes will be for questions. We are patient with each speaker till their 5 minutes is over. We don't ask personal questions, not unless the speaker is willing to entertain them. We joke less or don't joke at all. We don't discuss anything that is outside the topic that we're discussing. One insult to any person is one too many. The person will be immediately blocked by the moderators. Women can comment and ask questions, but they won't be allowed in the guest box. Only after the discussion has been officially closed, a topic for the next live will be discussed or suggested. Those are the rules.
All right. Just may I add, please, one more rule.
Okay.
Just to make it aware with the gents, even though sihlangane sonke njengamajita on this live, please note about this is not going to be a place where we promote toxicity. We are not here to bash abafazi. We are not here to do anything with regards to our other gender. We are here to solely focus on how to better ourselves as Amajita. So there's no bashing of the other gender. We keep the conversation only focused on what revolves around us men. And I think you picked a very, very good topic as a starter to ask the question, which is what is a man? So I think my 5 minutes can start now in answering that question.
Give me a moment. Do you know, or anybody here knows how I can pin the topic? As I was saying, I should pin the topic, and I don't know how to do that.
I think you're gonna have to go into your settings. La ubhala khona live yakho ubhale the name of the live so that when people jump into the live, they see what exactly the topic is about. What is a man?
Okay. You can talk. I'll be looking for that.
All right. Okay. So there's so many things that revolve around the definition of what is a man. And I think a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And angeke uwazi ukuthi uyaphi if you don't know where you are. So everything that starts with you having to know and understand ukuthi kahle kahle ume kuphi and who you are. So as a person, you need to understand ukuthi who and what you are first in order for you to understand any other thing that relates to you being a man. Now, the first simple biological definition is the fact that a man is someone that has an XY chromosome in their DNA. So kusho ukuthi in your DNA, there's certain things ezokwenza ukuthi uhluke from abantu besifazane. Now, because of that XY chromosome, there's certain other things that affect your physical body, right? Kuba ma hormones. As a man, I need you guys to understand that you have something called testosterone, you have something called progesterone. There's certain levels of hormones that you have in your body. And as much as we all have the same hormones, we are all the same. The differences is the levels to which our hormones and our bodies function. Because of your testosterone, you have more testosterone than umuntu wesifazane, meaning that your physical strength is going to be stronger, meaning that your focus is going to be a little bit better than umuntu wesifazane, meaning there's certain things that you are better suited to carry out because that's what defines you as a man. That's the biological definition of what a man is, right? So there's now the psychological definition. So your level of hormones affect ingqondo yakho uba isebenza njani, your brain chemistry. All of these things are altered by the fact yokuthi your hormones and your DNA works in a specific certain way, right? So let's forget all of this definition. Please give me a moment. Please give me a few minutes. I'll be back. I just got disturbed.
It's okay, man. It's okay. Somebody else can request, and we'll give Ash time when he comes back again. No, it's not a must that we should use English when Natali. You can speak in a language that you're comfortable in. I'm using English because I believe that it's a medium of communication in South Africa and the majority of people would understand the language. But we're not saying you in a position where even if you can't, like it's a struggle for you to speak the language, then you have to speak English. You're supposed to say whatever you want to say in a language you're comfortable in and you can express yourself in. So if it's English, then it will be English for you. If it's Xhosa, it will be Xhosa for you. If it's Afrikaans, it will be Afrikaans for you. Those who understand will understand and maybe help us to understand whom we don't understand the language. So the language actually, like we can't say speak English. Yes, we'd appreciate if you can, then please do speak English. But if English is a struggle for you, you can find any language that you're comfortable with, and you can greatly express yourself in. With that said, is there anybody who wants to request or should I invite people? I need to get a phone or stopwatch. Ash is back.
ngicela ningixolele, ngicela ningixolele. There was something that is very urgent that I had to attend to. I'm just gonna jump straight back into answering the question. Man,
It's cool. You were already about to finish your first 2 minutes, so you're left with a minute.
oh, okay, no, that's fine. So, gents, please disregard everything else that you've been told about abafazi, or whatever definition that a woman has put on you of what a man is. Please forget that, because during the progress of this life and the many more lives that we are going to have, there's certain things that will help define you as a person. Ukuthi wena uyindoda makwenze njani. We only take advice from men to understand who you are as a man, because only a man knows how to be a man. So anything about you being a provider, all of those stories, we are going to debunk everything. But for today, we are just going to start with what a man is. And what a man is something that is not defined by a woman. So Tingi Bega Konalap, and then allow the next person to jump in.
Thank you. Before you go, is there anybody in the comment section that has questions for Ash? If yes, please write it so that we can ask it to Ash. Ash, my guy.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for the input. Whilst I wait for the question, thank you for the input. And I want to say, I appreciate your honesty. But if I can ask, if you'd allow, if we look at it from the view of hormones and psychology, are we not going to open a door where people do things and then justify like things they do, maybe being physical and so on, and say it's because I have too much testosterone?
All right. So I think that's a very valid question. We are not going to use anything as an excuse. Remember, I said again, this is not going to be a platform to push our toxicity. So regardless, so what I was doing in explaining these things, I'm explaining the primary differences between men and women. I thought I don't know what makes them a man, and that's why I need to establish it primarily that, you are a man because this is how different you are from what is considered to be a woman. So your levels of testosterone, your brain chemistry, your physical strength, the fact that your muscles are striated in a certain way, all of these things build up to make you a man at the end of the day, just from the physical aspect of it. Yes, for some people, they can use that as an excuse. But I think that's another conversation that we are going to have. Remember, this is a journey of 1,000 miles, and we have only just taken the first step. So we are not in any way going to condemn any violence. We are just going to explain why Google Corner are differences. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ash. Before Uncle Mkhulu, somebody says maybe we should add in the conversation the characteristics of a man. And I'm going to respond to that by saying, when you ask what is a thing, you are asking for the functions of that thing, and you're also asking for the attributes or characteristics of that thing. So when we're asking what is a man, the attributes would be the testosterone that is high, would be the high bone density, would be having the Y chromosome. Those are characteristics. Then we go to how that particular thing functions. Then we'll go to like what is it includes characteristics and functions of a thing, whatever that is asked. It includes those things. So we don't have to specify and say, please give us characteristics, please give us functions of a man. No, it comes with the questions. The question, what is a man? Thank you. Uncle Mkhulu.
Ndakanyamende kunjani?
Ngiyacenga bawo kuhle ku?
Hayi, khala kusezi good. I think yesterday we had a pre-men's conference namanye amadoda ebelapha Olazy and other guys. And yes, thank you. And one of the things that we spoke about was that a man is an adult male.
Okay.
An adult male who is different from a boy. I've heard a definition Kaka Ash when he talks about the X and the Y chromosomes, which you will get from a male human being. I think
yes.
We're talking about a man here, an adult male being who has certain attributes. Some of those attributes being a person of responsibility, a person who respects themselves, a person who is trustworthy, and a person who has a specific role in society, an exemplary person. That is what a man for me is. It's different from what a boy is, because, for instance, in our culture, we take boys that amakhwenkwe, I'll refer them to as amakhwenkwe, and we make them men. We make them ready for manhood. And I think a man is a male who has transitioned to a specific level ebomini bakhe, whereby is a person who respects themselves, respects abanye abantu, and is a person who is responsible in society. That for me is what defines a man.
You still have a minute left. Are you done?
Yeah, I think that's my definition. A person who has graduated to a certain level of maleness and who assumes certain responsibilities. That for me is what a man is.
Thank you, Mkhulu. Imandik Booz. Who measures then this manhood of yours? Like you mentioned, you have to be responsible, but who keeps in check that you are a person of responsibility? And being a person of responsibility, you're responsible of what and to who? Yeah, you've covered that. He has to love himself and he has to be trustworthy. I got that. But I don't want a misunderstanding on the question of responsibility. Like what becomes his responsibility, and it is to whom, and who has a right to measure this for him? I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, I do. Look, for me, the responsibility, first of all, is towards himself. The way in which he carries himself in a responsible way. The responsibility towards his family, and the responsibility towards society. How exemplary you are, the kind of exemplary life that you live. So it's responsibility towards self, responsibility towards family, and responsibility towards society. And I think those three entities would be what a man gets measured by. Yeah, and I know we are Divana.
I get what you're saying. I get the how it's going to be measured. Does he measure himself? Does the society measure him? Does people who've never been men, can he take the opinion when they tell him you're not man enough, because maybe to them he's not responsible the way they want him to be? Can then you still have 30 seconds? Can then they say he's not a man? A person who's never been a man, can she say to a man you're not a man?
Look, I think there should be basic responsibilities or basic attributes of what a man is measured by. For instance, if you awulolutho in your society, if awulolutho in your family, then in my view, you are a male, you are an adult male, but you cannot be considered to be a man because ungumntu who has no sense of responsibility towards self, towards family, and towards society.
Manbulele Mkhulu. I forgot to say xa sesigqibile like if umntu unento afuna uyi-edda kwi-point ebeyibekile or umbuzo afuna uphendula kakuhle ucacise xa sesigqibile sonke mkhulu, the person can request again kube kungekho abantu abakurequestileyo. That's what I mean xa sesigqibile.
Okay.
The person can come again and maybe elaborate more, but mna ndicinga ndikuvile. Kukho abantu endibabonayo phaa kwi-comment section abathi I disagree andizifunde ezanto zabo, but all I'm saying is gentlemen, here we're not to agree nor disagree. We are to help each other understand. So if umntu is saying something that you don't align with, you can ask a question so that you understand why they're saying it, or you can say what you think works and maybe we should also look into. Different perspectives don't necessarily mean wrong. Like if my view is different from yours, it doesn't mean mine is wrong or yours is wrong. They can both be right. So let's not agree or disagree. Let's just put all of them on the table, and then we'll go forward with them. Thank you. Manbulele mkhulu, ndivulela abantu abalandela umuntu olandelayo.
All right, good.
Kuranele
Mkhwenyana,
ndixolele Sibali, ndingathi ndisebenza kakuhle kakhulu phaa kwii-comments. Ndizawuphinda ndibuye provided that there's time later on. I think iqhuba kakuhle olu hlobo. Sure.
Okay mkhwenyana. Master ndacinga into yoba mandithathe umuntu oyi-one ngexesha. Ndinacinga uba mandithathe umuntu oyi-one ngexesha, so that like xa belapha kuzawuba nzima uba controller because kukho abazawuvele bathethe ingeyo chance yakhe yothetha. Then kufuneka sibe nonqanda abantu abadala ibe yinto engabukekiyo ngelinye ixesha. So just to control by i-traffic ne-chaos, ndinacinga into yoba masithathe umuntu oyi-one, then sizawumamela xa iphuma sifake olandelayo simamele. Then abanemibuzo bazawuba phaa kwi-comment section, umntu uzawubhala umbuzo wakhe as umntu ethetha, you're writing the question. And then xa igqibileyo, I'll read the question because I'm also reading the comments. I'll read the question, then awuphendule aphume. Thank you.
Nyamende Nkosi,
Kumkani,
ndiyabulela ngale nxaxheba onika yona, ndiyabulela kwabantu abakhoyo ngaphakathi. Ndibulela nangengxelo okanye ngetopic esiyiphetheyo ethi what is a man.
Una 5 minutes kumkani.
Ndinento ethi umntu ongutata ngumntu okufuneka ibe ngumntu ohloniphekileyo, iba ngumntu onothando, iba ngumntu okwazi ukukhusela okanye ufihla izinto ezisecaleni kwakhe ngelo xesha, iba ngumntu okwazi ukukhusela imfuyo okanye abantu abasecaleni kwakhe ngelo xesha. Omnye umntu angayithatha le nto ayibeke ngenye indlela yoba kutheni ndizawucinga into yoba umntu ongutata uyakwazi ukukhusela kodwa umntu ongumama uye abe sisikhukhukazi sokukhusela amantshontsho. Ewe, isikhukhukazi siyakwazi ukukhusela amantshontsho kodwa isikhukhukazi sikhuselwa ngubani sona? Ithi ke loo nto isikhukhukazi kuye kufuneke kube khona into okanye umntu osikhuselayo sona kuqala because siye singabi nawo amandla xa kuye kwafika ukhetshe efuna la mantshontsho. Kufuneke ke ngoku isikhukhukazi sisuke kula mantshontsho siyolwa nala khetshe ngela xesha. Kufuneke ke ngoku kubekho omnye umntu okanye enye into ezawukwazi ukukhusela la mantshontsho ngeli xesha isikhukhukazi silwa nokhetshe. Ndiyavumelana namadoda athi the responsibility that we have to take singabantu abangootata akufunekanga sizibaleke. Ndingenayo into ethi if uye wayibaleka responsibility yakho into wrong okanye into right, ixhomekeke kuwe into yoba uyibona njani wena le responsibility, kuba singabantu sibona ngendlela ezohlukahlukaneyo.
You have 1 minute.
Ndikhuliswa ngumama ndingakhuliswa ngutata, but apha ekukhuleni kwam ndazixelela into yoba akekho umntanam oyawuze angabi naye utata kodwa ingumntanam ndimazi. Ndazixelela into yoba umntanam uyawuhlala ingumntanam and ndiza kwenza sure into yoba uyayazi uba ungumntanam. So in order kuyo yonke loo nto leyo ndiyithatha ke ngoku iye kule nto othi what is the man? A man is taking a responsibility to be a man. A man become a provider of a house. A man become a protector of the house. A man become into yonke. Ndingatsho ndithi as much uba umama esisikhukhukazi, but indoda iye ibe yikhava yento yonke eyenzekayo kuloo mzi okanye kuloo nto eyenzekayo.
Iphelile 3 minutes yakho, Tata Lebzo.
Ndiyabulela kakhulu Nyamende Mhlekazi.
Kukho umbuzo phaa on the floor othi ezi responsibilities uthetha ngazo, do they turn a boy into a man? Taking care of, like, let's say kuvele responsibilities, I'm 11 years old, 12 years old, 15, whatever age. Do they turn me to a man by simply taking care of them by I hope you get the question.
Yeah, I get the question yakho. Ndizayiphendula ngento ethi wena Mhlekazi wam ndingamoshanga xesha lakho. Ndizayiphendula ngento ethi ixhomekeke into yoba wena uyithatha njani le nto ethethekayo ngelo xesha. Umzekelo masithi irresponsibility yam as a man bokufuneka ndiye ndamithisa umntu othile, and then ke ngoku ndanyamalala eCalvary kuba mna ndisithi andinamali. But ke ngoku imali yam, it was not the fact kule nto eyenzekayo ngelaa xesha, but eyona nto ibibalulekile into yoba mna ndivuma ityala loba hayi ndim owenze eli tyala. Ndizayiphendula ngolo hlobo, mhlawumbi omnye umntu uzayiva ngelinye indlela. And then ke ngoku iqale phana, because abantu abaninzi bacinga uba irresponsibility to be a man is to make sure into yoba kuba uvumile into yoba hayi ndimithisile endaweni ethile, ndinyanzelekile ukwenza u-1 2 3 4 5. Ube ngelinye ixesha lo 1 2 3 4 5 awukwazi umenza because i-circumstances azikuvumeli.
So ngongazenzi ezi responsibilities because awukwazi, you don't stop and become a boy and stop being a man.
Exactly. Injalo mkhulu wam.
Ixesha lakho libethile. Kukho umbuzo othi phaa kuKing, usuka kuKing, uthi what type of responsibilities are we referring to? Andazi noba ingadiscusswa phaa kwi-comment section because ndifuna ukukhupha wena ixesha lakho liphelile.
Masiyidiscusse phaa kwi-comment section.
Andiyazi noba ingaphendulwa phaa kwi-comment section na. But what type of responsibilities are we talking about?
I-problem, there's a lot of responsibilities. It might happen uyena ureferisha kwezinye responsibilities as a man. So izaba i-debate, so we don't want i-debate. So mandibe ndiphuma sizayiphendula phaa ku-comment section naMhlekazi wam.
Ndiyabulela.
Okay. Amakho.
Kubantu abangenayo molweni, niyamkeleka, niyathandwa futhi apha. Siyabulela into yoba niye nazochitha ixesha lenu nathi. But zikhona moderators to greet people and stuff because I'm focusing mostly on the conversation and what the person on the box is saying, not because I don't care ngabantu abangenayo. I just want to stress that out. That helps.
Nyamende Nkosi.
Kuhle futhi.
Sondibolisa ngicela ungena straight ndingatyi ixesha ndizoba mfutshane.
Yiza ba.
Ndiphilile futhi. Mamela bra. I like what uBudzoko eyenzile and ndiyayithanda comment ka-Ashif. But one thing endiyithandela is that we need to separate between a male person and indoda. A male can be anyone.
Okay.
Now let's go to the man. I think whatever cited up, we can come up with one definition. I'm not going to define what is a man. I'm going to explain how a man is supposed or is expected to be like. There are two things that I look at and that I think they make a man: integrity and dignity. Why I'm saying this? A man is expected or is supposed to be a leader. A man is a father, is a leader of his wife, of course, and his family. He is the head. Akekho umuntu ofuna ukuphathwa alawulwe akhokhelwe ngumuntu ongena dignity ne-integrity. Ndithetha ngantoni? Ndithetha ngokubana ingaba lo muntu uthembakele kangakanani, uhlonipheke kangakanani na? Is he worthy of respect from abantwana bakhe? If he's worthy of respect if unayo irespect efumanekayo ebantwaneni nankosikazi wakhe, surely nakwi-community uzoba njalo. Yayibona? Now I'm saying ke ngoku from umntwana omncinci, andizubeka minyaka, umntwana omncinci oyi-male child can never and cannot be a man. Why? Kuthethwa nge-responsibility apha. Ndikunika i-responsibility of being a father, Anele. Una 15, una 14, yebo? How are you going to uzomkhulisa kanjani umntwana wakho ungumntwana ube wena qala ungena integrity? Akekho umntwana kuthiwa this is a child of integrity, but we say to men, it's a man of integrity. You look at a certain president from somewhere, uthi this is a man of integrity. You look at a pastor or bishop or igqirha somewhere lidala, uthi this is a man that has dignity. Why? Luhlobo akhokhela ngalo, luhlobo enza ngalo izinto, uthetha angadiki because uyayazi uba yinto ekumele uba ayenze lena. Umntwana omncinci uyayazi uba this is not my position. So ngenxa yoba ingeyo position yakhe, he's not a man. I am a man today, Anele, because akukho nto endoyikayo nge-responsibility yam. Luxanduva lwam xa ndime ngolo hlobo ndiba ne-dignity ne-integrity. Ii-principles zam azijiki, zimile. That's what makes me a man. I think mandime kanjalo bhuti wam. Somane si-elaborate ke zibe ixesha elibheka phambili.
Ndicela ubuza wena Tops.
Sharp.
Kukho amakhaya alidwa ngabantwana abancinci. Like ufumanisa uba umzali mhlawumbi ngumuntu ophila ngentyoronyoro or ngepapsak. Then ubone umntana at the age of 12, 16, yenza kanye ixesha ibe yintombazana, yenza kanye ixesha ibe yinkwenkwe, but at the age of 16 is taking care of the whole family. And utata akekho okanye ukhona umama okanye utata, but bangabo bantu bangabo. Is that boy or that girl not assuming the position of a mother or a father, which would be a man by definition?
Thanks for using igama elithi assuming. Umntwana omncinci remains umntwana. It's like umama xa soloko ngumyeni antsho uyatsho athi ndingutata ndiyinto yonke kweli khaya. It's because akekho umuntu onokwenza loo nto. That doesn't make him umama indoda. Umntwana omncinci remains a child, but ngelishwa okanye ke andiyazi uba okanye indlela efuneka ekhule ngayo akungabikho umuntu who will take over. And kunyanzeleke ke ngoku lo mntwana assume that position. Assume position, he is not a man, but he akana choice, Anele. Yabo? That does not change the fact that he is still a boy and a child. But because he has no choice, okanye umntwana oyintombazana, she has no choice, she has to assume that position. She remains le nto ayiyo and funeka akhule ngokwezi stages. But kuzoba easy ke ngomntwana okhule kulo nathi ukuba afikelele lula kuyinathi ukuba kungathiwa yindoda, because ungene kule nto yobudoda esemncinci ngekwempatho yakhe nangokwenza kwakhe nangokuphatha kwakhe abantwana. But she's still a child.
Okay. I hope people in the comment section, they know that they have a right and they are allowed to ask questions to the person that is in the guest box. The person in the guest box has 3 minutes to make their point and 2 minutes to entertain questions. So they have 5 minutes in total. So after I say your 3 minutes is up, people can ask their questions. Then, Andiva put
3 minutes yam. Sayiphelile.
No, liphele kudala ixesha lakho.
Okay, hayi bo bhuti, hayi ke papa. So thanks, ne?
Ndiyabulela put. Hey, you're saying your network is good for now?
How are you, man?
Hi, Brian.
Okay.
Hey, since you have network problems, and I hope not everybody's going to say the same thing, but since you have network problems, what I'm going to do is, the guy,
Men Cave.
Okay. Men Cave will talk, and as soon as he's done, I'm going to invite you myself and then take you. Because even the first time we had a live, you had network issues, you couldn't come in. I'm asking everyone that we make that exception. Thank you. My brother, are you good?
No, I'm good. And yourself, man?
I'm great. Please come in.
Okay. I like what you said earlier on, because we too fixated on something that can be measured, right? And the measurement is then taken by the outside people, whether fellow men or especially women, who then tell us if I'm a good man or if I'm a good father or good dad. So the first thing in becoming a man, in the sense that we're talking about, is that you must make yourself understand yourself fully and make yourself the point of origin, right? Point of reference. So every single decision, every single thing that you are and want to become must be from you, where you are going to be the person that you actually go ahead and you are going to rate yourself or be the judge of yourself, right? So you need to make yourself the point of origin on any decision you make. Then us as men, as a conglomerate, as people in this life of yours, right? We then come and what we do, we set standards, right? We don't say this is when you are responsible, this is not when you're not responsible. We then set standards. The standards are then saying, if you get a girl impregnated, you must take responsibility. So we set those standards that we then make people accountable to those standards. It's the same thing in terms of having a constitution. We as men need to create a constitution that we are going to be accountable to.
Hey.
Sure.
Please mute my brothers. There's some sound that comes from you.
Is it still there though?
Nah, it's not.
Okay, sure.
Sure. You can continue.
So we then have that standard that we put to, that we then make whatever decision you've made from your own point of origin, then we measure you saying, okay, you've done this. This is what we as men require from you to follow on with the decision that you have made. And then one other point is that the first guy who spoke about the way on how we're going to run this course. I think the first one should be, yes, defining what a man is, knowing where the origin comes from. And then second would be talking about what changed, like how did we get from how it used to be to now. Then from there on, we can then start elaborating on the constitution of how do we hold each other accountable. But for me, the main thing is make yourself the point of origin. It might seem selfish, but you cannot be accountable to something that you are not aware of, that you are not responsible of, that you don't make your point of decision in every single thing that you do. If I don't want a wife, people would say, being a man, you need to have a wife. That's being responsible. If you don't have a wife, you're not responsible. So you can't dictate to me what is responsible and not responsible. I need to dictate that for myself. And if I then choose to have a wife, then us as men will then say, we then hold you to this standard, or we then hold you to these responsibilities, to take accountability for the choices that you have made. But what choices you make, that's all up to you. So we need to then teach men that whatever you do, make yourself, understand yourself fully and make yourself the point of origin first before you go out into the world and start making decisions and start falling into people's, you must be this, you must be that. This is a man, this is not a man.
Your time is up.
Sure.
Pay, please mute. I think there's echo coming from you. Or izwa yim new one. Oh, ayikho manje. Ayikho manje. Men Cave.
Sure.
The question I have, people from the floor can ask. Pay, you can ask a question. The question I have here is, I agree with you when you say it has to come from within. It has to come from self. But I think there should be also a conventional or rather universal definition where we all agree and then we can be able to hold each other accountable as men. So if it only comes from self, no one can hold you accountable for anything because then you can excuse yourself. I don't know if I make sense.
I hear you. So now, this is what I said is that we cannot tell you what to do, right? But whatever you decide to do, we will hold you accountable, right? We then say, we can't say get married, right? That's your choice, right? But then we say, if you get married, us as men, this is the standard that we hold you up to, right? So if you want to get married, this is the standard that we set. You must have your finances in order up to maybe this level. You must already maybe have a house, not living at home. The standard is don't take your wife with your mother and your father. Guinea. We set that standard, like you're saying, we're holding you accountable for the decision that you have made. But what decisions you make, that's up to you. We can't do anything about that. But when you make the decision, we are there reading the Constitution of Men and saying, we hold you. If you want to have multiple women, this is the minimum entrance to it. You want to do this is the minimum entrance. You hit a woman, this is because we can't decide if you hit a woman or not. We can't decide that for you. But if you decide to hit a woman, this is how we're gonna deal with you. These are the consequences. This, and this. So we then hold you accountable with the decisions that you make.
The time, even for answering questions, is up. But thank you for your input.
Thank you.
And
can I ask one thing? So can you follow me, man? Because I'm also into kind of in this space. So we need to come together, people who are in this space, so we can, have one way forward. I'd like to be part of the planning as well.
I've just followed you.
Thanks, man.
Thank you. Pay.
Sanibona.
Are you good?
Ngiyaphila njani?
Ngiyaphila ipholile ezandleni bafo.
Yeah, kunesisho esithi ubudoda bukholelwa. Ngicabanga leso sisho sicover indaba ka-12 years lo bebuza ukuthi ke ngabe umntwana ona-12 uyakwazi ukuthi abizwe ngendoda just because they are being made or these situations forces them to carry certain duties that are expected to be carried by elders. Yes, even umntwana ona-10 angaba indoda. I think ubudoda is actually the spirit. Sometimes it doesn't even have anything to do with gender. Even umuntu wesifazane can be regarded as indoda, and that's why whenever a woman does an unimaginable thing, get to a indoda masbanban. I think it's a spirit rather than the gender only itself. So your capabilities can actually make you a man, irrespective of your age. Sometimes even irrespective of your gender. So personally, I define indoda as a person who takes care of all their responsibilities, whatever responsibilities it may be. But a person who takes care of their responsibilities is a man. If you make a baby right now, it's a must. No one is going to beg you to take care of your child. It's a must that you must take care of your baby. And if you do that, to me, you're a full man. If you decide to get married right now and have a family and you take care of a family, you love a family, you respect your family, to me, you're a complete man, you're a full man. That's a man to me.
You still have time. Should we ask questions? Are you done?
Nah, yeah, you can ask questions. I'm done.
Okay, thank you. My first question to you. People on the floor can ask questions in the comment section and I'll read them. Please write them in bold. The question, just write it in capital letters so that I can read it. Peg, there's a misconception, or maybe not a misconception, but one can say the reason umuntu omama makenza into enhle kuthiwa unobudoda, it's because the society has been structured in a way that it expects good things to come from men. Don't you think maybe if we say ubudoda, it's behaving in this way, like taking responsibility and so on and so on and so on, regardless of your gender, we might step in the territory of women, and then it starts to look like maybe we're disregarding the good they give and making them men simply because they did something good.
Yeah, to some people who notice everything or who dwell on everything, they would say that that sounds kind of misogynistic, to say that just because it's a woman who did a great thing, then she's regarded as a man. And that's why I said that, to me personally, it's a spirit. It's not gender, it's not age, but it's more spiritual than anything else. So man is not only always your private parts. The energy, when the energy is powerful, it is regarded as a man because men are known to have physical strength, even if it's something that requires psychological aspect or spiritual aspect or even emotional aspect. But if it's great, if it's big, it's regarded as it is expected from men. But that's not to say that we are probably trying to reduce a female to a man just because she did a great thing.
Mm-hmm. There's a question from King Caesar. If you're responsible inside your home,
Sure.
but a bully outside, is that person a man? I don't know if the question is to you.
Who are angels at home. Okay.
I don't know if the question is to you, but you're the one in the box. So please, entertain the question if you can.
Yeah. Yeah, there are such people, but you cannot, I mean, a society is built by family. So what you practice in your house, you should also practice it in your community, because the aim of building your family is not only to be seen or perceived as a good person in your family, but also to the community, because there are children that are looking up to you, who would want to look up to you because they do not have father figure. And when they look at you walking around, probably trying to copy things that you do or your behavior, you see, if you do then bad things in the community and do great in your family, it's kind of misleading to the society, because there might be children who would want to look up to you.
Your time is up here. Thank you for your...
No problem.
Thank you for your input.
Ngiyabonga futhi. Shashaphi ngiyabonga kakhulu. Baba yini uzohlala kuma comments. Ngicela ungicishe bafo ifoni yami angazinza network.
Shapa.
Hello, Nyamele.
Ba ukuhle?
All good, bafo, all good. Uyandiva kahle?
Ndiyakuva nangona ushesheza nje, but ndiyakuva. Mayipholele ezandleni mhlekazi.
Hey man, guys, we are the unaware generation that claims to be woke, and unless we are aware, then we cannot change anything, It is very important that we note that we are dealing with a broken society, and and if we do not choose to step up and be men, things will only get worse. I'm not here to bash Amadoda. I'm not here to bash fathers. I know many of us, the father figures in our lives have disappointed us and let us down. Now we are walking around with insecurities and confidence based on someone else, Now we try to raise children. Well, we're not properly parented ourselves, So with many people in our society also, they do not understand what a man is. We ourselves, also do not understand what a man and the impact that the man has, the influence that a man has, and the injury that a man can cause to people and not even be aware of it. Yes.
You're close to a minute now. The reason we're defining what a man is, it's because we are aware of almost everything you just said. We're aware that we're being defined by other people. We're aware that people who are defining man have never been man, and men who should know what it means to be a man don't really have a clear sight of what it actually means. So let's just go straight to what it is that you think a man should be, and what it is that you think a man should be.
Not 100%. Like my what I'm gonna tell or what I'm gonna say here is actually in this context. So hence I need you to just listen, and then I don't exceed the time that is given to me. I'll say whatever I need to say in those minutes. Understand? So we what the misconception is that the community has or the society has. It's in these three words. That is a male, that is a boy, and a man. Right? A male is how we are born, obviously. We are born with a penis. I'm not going to go for the vagina. I'm not going to go for the X chromosome, whatever, all that stuff, But then being a man, so being a male, obviously, now is physical, right? But being a man, that is mental. It is mental. It's not something that is physical. You can be a 40-year-old boy. You understand? You can be a father who is a boy. You understand? And the problem with that is that now we are duplicating boyness. We are duplicating our behaviors. You understand? Now, see, when you're a male, you can either make a choice to be a man or become a boy by default. So what do boys do? They never take responsibilities, right? They blame others. They fight over petty things. They tell everybody how tough they are. And honestly, it's just that they're insecure. They talk like boys. They talk like children. We have many grown boys in our communities. And so what happens is when a boy decides to be a father, that is simply you duplicate your image, and you wonder why the society has so many problems, that we are duplicating immaturity. The image of one's integrity is copied more to the child more than the image or the physical image itself. You understand? So it's not about ukuthi indoda yenzani, but also about how a man acts in society in themselves. Because Mamela, for my son, when he's looking up at me, for him to see me as a father or as a daughter, it's how I'm gonna act as a parent and him. It's how much of a man I'm, how I'm loving umama, how I'm loving Suswaki, how I'm treating the family in the up and how I'm using the finances up and how it's more about the characteristics that are being shown, that actually show that you're a man. It's not about the physical aspect, that when you have a penis or... Yes. Yes.
3 minutes yako iphelile.
No worries.
I'll ask the floor if there's anybody who has questions for you based on what you said.
Mm-hmm.
If there's anyone, please write your question in bold so that I can read it to Inam. Or I let him take the last 2 minutes and finish. Is there any question that anybody would like to ask to? Yes, everyone is allowed to ask questions, man and woman. The question is allowed. Nobody has a question for you, Inam. Okay. I don't see any question. So you can continue, bro. Okay. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, so you know what, now what the society is, in fact, what I heard from Upe as well, that as long as, and this is not to triumph or to say what he said was wrong, but I was just saying in that sense, Uti, now what society is saying from that is that you can go around making babies as long as you're taking care of them. That's not being a man. That's not being a man. A man, you're a leader. A man is faithful. A man is someone who does everything with love. And if you don't have those characteristics, you can't be a man. And a boy can be a man. That was one thing that he also said that was very powerful. A boy can be a man. You know, a small boy can be a man because of what his actions or how his mental maturity has become or has climaxed as a young person. That means you have made something or you have done something that actually has the characteristics of a man. So yes, you know, it's not a matter of age. It's just a mental. Being a man is a mental. Being a male is a physical thing. Not you can be, like I said earlier, you can be a 40-year-old boy, you can be a 60-year-old boy. It's not about you having a penis or it's just about a mental case.
Masibulele Bao.
Thank you.
Masibulele Bao. There's a question I keep seeing in the comment section. It's asking what care of his family and then becomes a bully outside. One also made an example of a mafia who treats his family really good, but he's killing people outside. I think Uncle Mkhulu, when he was defining functions of a man, he said, you are responsible of your family, but you also have a responsibility to the society. You have a responsibility to the community in which you live. Your responsibilities include to teach, lead, and protect the people of that society. So I don't think we should be asking that question then if we understood what Uncle Mkhulu was saying. Moving forward, I'm going to let in this who's coming in. Dacia.
But
Dacia, are you good?
I'm good, Putunja.
My polele zandleni Mkhulu.
Most of the things benifuna ukuzicho uphese kazithathile bhuti. But kuna something engipick up hayo apha kakhulu ngathi siyaphuma kancinci etopicini. I think kune topic ezi-introduceayo within the same topic ya what is a man. Ndibona si-touch base kakhulu kwi-fatherhood. That is a different topic, guys. Xa sithetha ngendoda ngizawuthetha ngendoda yesiXhosa endiyaziyo. Xa usoluswa as indoda uyubuyiswe phaa esikhwetheni ubekwe ebuhlanti uyalwe ngamadoda in terms of how to be a man. Uyalwa in front of i-community yonke. So xa uyalwa, xa usenzwa indoda, awenzwa indoda yakokwenu, wenzwa indoda yelali yakho or ya your society or however you want to put it. So I just want to say this thing yokuthi indoda ngezenzo akusiyo indoda ngoba inxiba ibhrukhwe because nabantu besimama bayazinxiba ibhrukhwe, and there's an expectation ekhona kwindoda yokuthi because uyindoda you need to lead by example. That is why abantu abangomama xa besenza into enhle kuthiwa wenze njengendoda. It is because there's that expectation coming from indoda ngokuthi kumele yenze into enhle, not only kwifamily yayo or endlini kuyo, but within the society as at large, because uyindoda, not in certain areas only. That is what I wanted to say. But and le parenting yokuthi indoda ngokondla, I think that is a different, I might be wrong, but that is a different topic for a different day.
But see, because you still have a lot of time, I think that thing of parenting came in because people were taking it from the responsibility point of view that you have a responsibility to your family, you have a responsibility to the people of the community in which you live. That was Uncle Mkhulu. And it went as far as saying, Ulebzoro said, you'll have to protect your wife, you'll have to protect everything in your household. And so I think it comes from that. It's just that the reason now I don't really have a problem with it, it's because I keep hoping people are going to talk about the father role and also move to other roles that you have as a man. I don't know if you get what I'm saying.
Yes, but
so it's going to be like a list of functions that, okay, you become this man that takes care of his kids and takes care of the kids that are on the street, but you also become this person that leads. You become this person that protects, And because I'm also hoping at some point we're going to have people who are going to ask this question: if I provide or if I protect, who do I protect for? Who do I protect and who do I provide for, and why? I'm also hoping in the comment section there's going to be a question that says, there's a guy that came in and says, some people might choose to never get married, and this does not mean they're not men. So we can't say because of Chatang or Yondot. We can't say because of Namtana or Yondot. So then what are other things that we can introduce or we can look at to say whether unumdan or anamdan, whether chatil or chatang, whether you're sebens or sebens, how can we still say you are a man? Or how can you still be comfortable and knowing within yourself that I am a man? Because we need to face this. Not everybody can provide. Considering the economy system of the South Africa, the economy status of South Africa, considering the reality we have around jobs and everything, so like you might not be able to provide because of circumstances. You might not be able to be there for that kid and provide provide everything that the child needs. You might not be able to protect. Maybe you are built physically weak, like you lean, and so on and so on and so on. So you don't have the physical strength a man would be expected to have.
Correct.
So I'm hoping it's going to come from the floor that
kulento ithethayo iye isilitele to this thing yokuthi because ndingulo absent father but ndithumela imali, it makes me a man. That is not being a man. Awusingi being indoda because usupporta ngemali. Being there physically, even if awunamali, it makes you a man because you are being responsible, you are being reliable to the family and the society at large. So akuyi ngamandla onawo or ngokukhona kwakho. I define kukhona kwakho indaba yokuba indoda. It define we respect or inikeza to the community as well as whoever that needs to benefit from you, not because you need to pop something for you to be respected as the man.
Diabulela Tasiya masivulela incango umuntu olandelayo.
Enkosi bhuti.
I'm really happy. I do want to say I'm happy to be here. I'm happy that this is happening, and I pray it goes forward. Spe, ukrend bra.
Ngiyaphila njani bhuti?
Ngiyancema. Awuze sizwe.
Okay, cha ngiyabonga bhuti ithuba la ngilitholayo. No, ngiyawuzwa umbuzo wanamuhla ukuthi yini indoda. Lana uma ngake ngicacise nje bhuti, uma sikhuluma ngendoda sisuke sikhuluma ngesenzo okungaba isenzo esenziwe ngumuntu wesifazane okanye isenzo esenziwe umuntu wesilisa. Ngokujwayelekile ke leso senzo masenziwe ngumuntu wesifazane sike sithi wenzise okwendoda. But sisuke sikhuluma ngabantu besilisa ukuthi kahle kahle ubudoda bungobabo. Yebo bakhona abantu besilisa ke abangazenzi izinto zamadoda. Okwenza egcineni kuthiwani ubaba wakabani akayona indoda izinto ezithile nezinto ezithile azenzayo. Uthola ukuthi kunomama okuzothiwa umama wakwabani wenzise okwendoda. So sisuke sikhuluma ngesenzo esuke senziwe umuntu ngaleso sikhathi. Kunabantu uma ngingayifanisa nje lento ukuze ibe simple, uthola ukuthi umuntu uthwesa iziqu zobudokotela. Uma uthwesa iziqu zobudokotela usuke lapho uzokwazi ukuthini usebenza abantu. So okobudoda nakho kufana nokuthi bekuthwesa isiqu ngento osuke uyenzile. Angazi noma ngizwakala kahle nibhuti. Ubudoda nje, yes, ubudoda umuntu uyabusebenzela. Umuntu wesifazane ngabusebenzela ubudoda, akeze ukushintsha igender abe indoda, but engazenza izenzo ekufanele zenziwe abantu besilisa ebese sisho ukuthi umama wakabani wenzisa okwendoda. So kuyisenzo esuke senziwe umuntu ngaleso sikhathi ebese ke ethweswa lelo gama lokuthi uyindoda.
Uzongitshela mawuqedile?
Yes, sengiqedile bhuti. Ukugcizelela nje
usenesikhathi. Okay.
Oh, Yes, ukugcizelela nje la okade kukhuluma khona uTasiya noSiphe. Leli gama elithi ubudoda suke sikhuluma ngesenzo lapho. Akungeni kwi-gender kakhulukazi. Sikhuluma ngesenzo esenziwa umuntu. The time esenza ukuthi ubani wenze isenzo sobudoda. Kusuke kuyisenzo kungangena ebantwini besifazane, kungangena ebantwini besilisa. Ebese kuya ngokuthi ke yebo esiZulwini isikhathi esiningi okanye emaXhoseni okanye noma ngabe obani siwela kakhulu ebantwini besilisa ngoba uma sekuya ebantwini besifazane sizothi umama wakwabani wenzise okwendoda okanye wenze isenzo samadoda yingoba nakho kusuke khona into aseyenzile ebekufanele ukuthi yenziwe indoda kodwa uma kwenziwa abantu besilisa sike sithi isenzo sobudoda lesi okukhombisa ukuthi wenze into enhle ebekufanele vele uyenze ngendlela ofundiswe ngayo akuyi ngeminyaka noma ungaba ingane noma ungaba mdala if wenza isenzo sobudoda ilapho uthola khona isiqu ukuthi uyindoda.
Ngicela ukukubuza.
Yebo bhuti.
If we're gonna say mawenze into enhle regardless of your gender, you wenze njengendoda ngesixhosa or unjengendoda kodwa but wenze njengendoda or wenze isidoda. If we can say that, I feel like we're opening a door where when a man is doing something wrong or is not taking care of their responsibility, we can then say Wednesday is fars. Let me try and express this before it gets out of hand. Can't women okay, thank you for the gift. Can't women do good but still remain women? Babe abafazi doing good. And amadoda do good and be amadoda in that. Like can't we separate? Like Uguti, as a man, these are the responsibilities you have, and when you adhere to them, then you are a man, without pulling in abantu abawumama ukuthi nabo when they do good, because I feel like we're giving praise to indoda and oppressing ubufazi, and I don't want us to have that conversation where we pull in abantu abawumama. The moment umuntu omama esenza into right, then simfanise nendoda. Can she remain a woman in that?
Okay, no ngikuzwa kahle bhuti.
You have a minute.
Okay but ebengizama ukucacisa ukuthi uma sikhuluma ngama responsibilities kunezenzo ezingenziwa umuntu esenziwa umuntu owesilisa okuyisona esilidela ekuthini nabizwe ngendoda. Ngikhuluma ngomuntu wesilisa. So kunabantu besifazane engeke ngize ngisho ukuthi bangamadoda but sike sithi benzisa okwamadoda kungenxa yezenzo abasuke sebezenzile. Yebo ngiyavuma abawona amadoda but ngisho ukuthi abantu abasuke bengazenzi izenzo zobudoda bangabafazi. No, angisho njalo.
Okay. Asibonge bafo ithuba lakho. Asibonge bafo ithuba lakho. Nokuthi nawe usivakashele uzokhuluma nathi today. Dali.
Okay. Yo, molweni bethuna. Oh, benzani lendile. Kudala lendile libale phosana ngesi network. Iyaqala thumela mali ibamba isathi sehlo. Ithi lento ndizawuza ngento ethine ubudoda nendoda. Siqala ndidefine ngento ethi indoda ngumuntu okwazi ummageqe. Andifuna ibeka ngalandlela ke niyaziyo ubana kuthiwa ngozimele geqe. But ngumuntu okwazi ummageqe, ngumuntu okwazi ukwenza izinto, athathe isigqibo, afunge aze esifungeni swakhe angajiki. Okay. Ufunga xa kuthini? Ufunge into yobana ndawulikhathalela ikhaya lam, ndawuzeka emzekweni, ndibile ifamily yam itye ukubila kwebunzi lam. ezo zifungo ezo decisions uthe wazithatha as a person oyindoda. Ndizivile ke izinto ezithethwayo ngobana abafazi babe beyindoda yonke lanto. That's still okay because kudefinewa i-actions ezithile ezi-attributa kule nto ndithetha ngayo. Fine. Now, xa uthe wathatha isigqibo wafunga waba ndizawuyenza into ethile, should ungayenzi kuthiwa awuyondoda. Should ungaprovide for ifamily yakho kuthiwa awuyiyo indoda. Ayibo budoda obo. You understand? So now, isisa ekubeni bake ngoku P uyindoda P kowenu. Mna ndizaqala ndifane ukuthi kowenu you cannot say uyindoda. Zizawuba khona impawu ozenzayo ufana uba umise icingo xa lisiwa uthathe responsibility uba hayi into ethile yathi yabona ixhomekeke kuwe as umntana ozelwe eyinkwenkwe apha. But ubudoda is actually to take care of those things ozibona uba ziwile ekhayeni. Xa konakele xa uyindoda ungumzi nasisombululo. Ne? Xa kukho ingxaki, be it kukowenu, kusekhayeni, kwi-society. If wena kukho ingxaki ekhoyo echaphazela umzi, be it ichaphazela le area ukuyo, if wena awuthathi isigqibo sobana mna leni into ndizayithathela kum ngoba ndiyilida yabanye abantu and ndiyilida yeyam ifamily, ngengomso kukho abantu abazaxhomekeka phantsi kwam ndiyindoda. Now I say amaxesha amaninzi xa uphantsi kwefamily yakho phantsi kotata wakho awubiyo ndoda epheleleyo ngoba i-position yobudoda isaxhomekeke kuyitata wakho. Uzuthi sawuzimela geqe usawuphuma uyozimela ukwazi uthatha iresponsibility uba kule ndlu ndikuyo ibhatelwe irent, kule ndlu ndikuyo kuthengiwe ukutya, obo bubudoda.
Iphelile 3 minutes yakho dad.
Okay.
Kukho umbuzo phaa kwi-comment section endibonileyo uthi kuyawuthiwa awuyondoda. Kukho umuntu obuzileyo phaa nto ndizayisisa yomibini le mibuzo kuwe ne. Kukho umuntu obuzileyo phaya into yoba kutsho bani etsho ngabuni, meaning ngawo phela amalungelo anawo wento yoba angakwazi uthetha loo nto ngalo mntu athetha ngayo uba awuyondoda. And kutheni izawuba nguye lutshoyo. Owesibini mna umbuzo endinawo, zonke izinto nizithethayo ndiyaziva. Nabanye abephambi kwakho futhi bebazithetha. So ndicela ubuza, xa kwenzekile andaphangela, andabi namali, andabi nandlela of taking care of the responsibilities that are defined into yoba mna I should take care of, kwenzeka ntoni ndiyayeka uba indoda? Ndiwubuza lo mbuzo kuba ndinoloyiko loba kukho abantu abathi bakuluza imisebenzi baphathwe yi-depression because bazibona bengenandawo in the society nasemakhayeni wabo. Bathi bangabi nangeniso abanalo bazixhome because bazibona bengesengobantu or bengesengomadoda. So ndoyika into yoba si-increase laa nto yoba abantu bazibulale or bazibone bengengongantu
Okay, ndivula umbuzo.
Okay, sure.
Because kala ndilindelele mamela ke mntakwethu. Obubudoda abunanto kwenza nobana ubani uphethe isikhundla esitheni. Akhona amadoda esiwashiya ezilalini.
Kukusneezy for sure is asking, is it possible to have a rundown after umleteti? I've been saying people should write questions quick comment section as the person is talking. When the person is done talking, after 3 minutes, I'm going to read the questions to the person so that the person can reply to the questions. You can go on that.
Mamelake, yabona mntanam, le nto yobudoda ayifuni mali, ayifuni position ethile, ayifuni ndithe xa bendiyibalula ne ba ukuza nesisombululo, being a solution, be it it's in your family, in a society. Xa kuthiwa nanku ubani bamba kukho umuntu obethwayo kwameza, just umzekelo akho nto ithi ifuna mali apho makuthweni, but ukuwa wena uyoma phaa uzimasi. Xa kuthiwa kuyombiwa ezilalini khamadoda amaninzi ekuthiwa xa kuthiwa kuswelekiwe ayomisa intente ayokomba. ngamadoda lawo and should ungayenzi loo nto kuthiwe oh mntanam ingathi andizelanga ndoda bathi abantu abangomama ingathi andizelanga ndoda ngoba kaloku kulaa mzi kuyombiwa eva ke so the responsibility nothatha i-initiative when it comes to giving a solution kwi-problem it doesn't need uba ube nemali it doesn't need uba mawuthini but should kubekho ingxaki uyi-solution eluntwini bubudoda obwanele uze nabo apha wena uthe usawubona ingxaki uba ingathi indoda ayidifanwa kakuhle ibe bubudoda to take the initiative to bring this into the perspective and say I'm bringing this ebantwini makuthethwe ngale nto ngoba idla umzi bubudoda kobo khange ithathe imali khange ithathe ntoni but you made means into yobana makungene kwisisombululo it doesn't take culture ke it doesn't take uba ubani kuthiwe une-age ethile as long as you are able to bring a solution to a problem that is put in front of you uyindoda ngaba ndiphendula
lambuzo kuqala uphendulanga dali ngubani lo unelungelo loba athi ubani akayondoda ubani akenze nje ngubani lo who has a right yomakisha
esizalweni anele ne yize ke ngenothi yaqala nini yaze yathini kodwa uthi umntana ezalwa xa esamithwi ba ingase bengumntana oyinkwenkwe kwalapha efamilini uyamazi umntana oyinkwenkwe uzawuhambe ahambe athi abe noxanduva aludlalayo ekuhlaleni yabona now ithi laa nto xa kukho ingxaki apha singabantu time is up xa kukho ingxaki ndibulela ubudoda mna osinike bona ndibulela ubudoda osenzele bona inkosi
makubulele mna ba hey Molotato, are you good?
Yeah, dumela kaofela.
Sharp, bro.
Yeah, sure.
Please just wait a bit. I want to say something. If we gonna make a rundown of everything that a person has said, and then maybe analyze it, get to understand it, and then get to question it until maybe we're satisfied, and then we move to the next person. I think we'll finish this live at 10 or 12. If people are okay with that, we can do it. But I just want us to understand when I sneezy that if we do that, we already have a lot of people in the guest list. So if we're going to go through things that people said and word by word and understand it and then question it and then get answers, it's going to take us time. So hence I'm saying you should be the one listening to the person talking. If you have a question to what they are saying, then you write the question as they're talking. That way, as soon as they're done, we address the question you have and we move forward. The part of understanding and not understanding, I can't really have a solution. I don't really have a solution to it because Utato is going to speak Sotho Tswana right now. I'm not good with Sotho Tswana. So if the parts I won't get from what she's going to say, tough luck to me. Tato, you can come in.
Sure. Thank you for allowing me to be there, and thank you for opening up the discussion. What I'd like to say, in most cases, it seems like we look at men in terms of money, in terms of when people say responsibility providing, they usually talk about having money or a job. And for me, it does not necessarily mean you're a man because you have a job or you have a man or you have money. My English is, I hope you understand me. But anyway, for me, a man is someone who can control his own ego and who's not defined from others. What is a man or what a man, manhood means for them. Ne? A man is someone who understands that they are equal to women, although they are not the same. Please understand me. Men and women are not the same, but they understand, with us African men, we are equal, but we both have different roles as men. Ne? And another thing, providing and responsibility. Providing can be providing your time, providing your love to your family. Providing time means even if you don't have jobs, but around you, if you are needed somewhere to go somewhere, you're there for your family. And mangithi family, I'm talking about maybe your wife, kids, even your brothers and sisters. Mangithi family, I'm talking about the community. You're there for the community. You're someone who works for the community. So being a man is someone who understands himself. That's why you need to control your ego. You understand yourself. And you're there for your family. You're there for your community. And I think futhi masikhuluma men, I don't want to repeat myself, and I think abantu they keep repeating ukuthi responsibility provide. I think it's about time ukuthi we redefine going forward what a man is. Ne? And ke tla reng happy. Okay, yeah, I'm done for now. If there's any questions, abantu bangakhuluma.
Tato, I want to say, you were left with 30 seconds on your 3 minutes, but I want to say, I love that you broke it down, the responsibility, instead of being a collective word and being an umbrella over everything. You broke it down that it can be time that you provide. It can be other things that you provide. So now you're breaking it down for us to see exactly that you might not have money, but there are other things that you can give. There are other things that you can provide.
Sure.
You might not have money, or you might not have the strength, but there are other ways of being responsible, and you bringing those ways forward so that we can know them. And I wish we can adopt that passion so that we get it. And the thing is, I hope we're all gonna understand that we will each define a man from our view, from our understanding, personal views, personal understandings, and experiences. But the point of all of it is so that we can take all these and put them in one basket, and then say, men that are in this life, say, because we've said all of this, then it is safe to agree that because of point A, point B, point C, this is the kind of man we expect ourselves to be.
True.
So that is why I don't want us to argue, because at this point, we're supposed to give each other what we think a man is, till we get to a point where we're like, okay, this is what has been said, and then this is what we agree on.
True.
With that said, Tato, I don't see any question for you on the floor. So I'll let you step down, and then I'll let another speaker in. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Is it your network, my brother? It's been buffering here. Nothing is happening. I think the guy is having network issues. It's just buffering. Let me see if I can let in somebody else. Lazy Poet.
Yes, sir. Very quickly, my brother. A man is a
Okay.
A man is a manhood color is a state of mind. Yes, sir.
Ndiyakuva, Ted.
Manhood is a state of mind. A state of mind that seeks to advance values at the core of who he is. A man therefore becomes a visionary. A man becomes a builder. A man becomes a leader. And in so doing, if he has all of those things in mind, he wants to protect what he has. He wants to take responsibility of what he has built, to protect it. Men are life givers. Men are the cornerstone of life, because we are the foundation of what family is. That is what a man is in my own assertions.
So kukumbuzo ugqibile kuqala. Ukumbuzo pha osuka ku Uncle Mkhulu uthi what makes you a man? Wena lazy poet.
What makes me a man is the visions that I have to advance my family. The ability to give life and to create a life, a system of security and protect my own, to be in a space that is created by me. That is manhood for me because I'm a creator.
This is so much time you've taken. So you're under 2 minutes. I'm gonna keep asking you questions until you get to your 5.
All right.
Who do you think should measure ubudoda bakho? Or who do you think should quantify or qualify ubudoda bakho?
Because manhood is a state of mind that seeks to indicate what lies at the core of my being. It then means my manhood permeates from deep within. So it comes from within me. I'm the one who states my manhood, as Umen Case stated.
So how can we then hold you accountable if you're the one who judges yourself? Like if you're the judge of self, how do we then hold you accountable?
Accountable to standards set by who? That's the problem.
The thing is, if we make it a self thing, to one, it can be manhood. Ukwenza abantwana ubashiye. To some, it can be manhood. Inobumntu xa iqhela kakubi uyamkhaba to beat other people. To others, it can be manhood. To rape even. So if we let it be defined by self and have no way to hold each to the standard or each to account, I fear that we're going to have a situation where a man is a man to himself and there's nothing we can say about him.
The reason Anele, I'm choosing this route and deliberately avoiding where you're going is the fear of having a narrative spread by this live AT. Should you then not be able to do certain things, then when you are disqualified as a man?
Don't you think maybe we should, you are less than 5 minutes, you're at 4. Don't you think maybe we should go to that route, but instead manage it in a sense? Should you, like as Udali was saying, it's not necessarily with money that you should provide. It's not necessarily that you should work to do this thing. So shouldn't we agree that this is the standard, provided you can and the circumstances allow? Instead of avoiding it, shouldn't we agree on it and then define how it should be managed?
Anele, the reason I chose the word state of mind is because the ability to envision my family in a certain place, whether is independent of whether or not I have the finances to get it there.
Your 5 minutes. I get you though. Your 5 minutes is up.
Thank you, sir.
Let me let in. Okay. You said there that if a person just took maybe a minute and there are no questions, we should just let them go. But the thing is, there's questions I have and they are not asked from the floor because I don't want to be the person that is asking questions. I wish the floor could start asking questions. Then maybe people would will shape the conversation by these questions. But Sia Ugrenbra.
Khona bawe ngincena noba ndikwesteli ixesha tata ndise ndiyabona phaa ezantsi eyisibaliqela bawo bafuna ungena ndifuna ukugawula noba ndihambe ndiwawisa apha endleleni. Kokheli yam okokuqala nje abantu abaninzi sebendityelele kunzima kungena sekumva ke abantu ke bafika bazithathe zonke ii-points but mna into endinoyo-editha kuyo yonke le nto is that ungayiyo indoda wena bhuti Anele ne until there has to be a time to man up. Ndiyapha apho ndiyakhona. Okokuqala indoda Brian, indoda yindoda ngengqondo. That's number one. Yabo? Indoda iyakhiwa tata. Indoda iyenziwa. Mna ngokwami ukwazi okanye ngokwami uqonda. Indoda yenziwa bayibize beyindoda. Yabona? Ingenziwa zise-circumstances zakhe mhlawumbe umuntu akhule phansi kwazo okanye ngabantu akhuliswe ngabo. Kodwa indoda yindoda ngokokwenziwa kwayo. Umzekelo i-experiences zethu I think i-experiences zethu azifani sikhula ngendlela ezingafaniyo but I do believe that indlela esikhula ngayo yiyo ekwazi ukushape ukwazi uba ube yile ndoda uyiyo. Uyaqonda? Awuzuvele nje uzalwe kusasa ngomso uzalwe bese soyindoda. I don't think ilolo hlobo. Indoda izala indoda yenziwa. Ile process udlule kuyo likwenza ba ube uyile ndoda uyiyo namhlanje. I'm sure nawe unento ethi njengunguwe nje kulolu hlobo ngabantu abathathe inxaxheba kuwe bakwenza bakushape bakulola bakwenza lento uyiyo namhlanje. So for me firstly we must design uba uthi wena namhlanje umzelo ngumzali you must know ubuzala noba mhlawumbe ubuzala umntana oyindodana oyiboy funeka uyazi ba la mntana you've got a responsibility to shape that man, to shape that boy into a man. Uyayibona? You have to shape that boy. Ubuzeli umntana into kumke ngokwami uqonda yes singana lento ithi indoda mos isine definition ezininzi. Uba nayo ikhona definition ithi indoda is a human being. Yabo? Mna andifuni ke siye kule island definition. Ngase siye kule ndoda yoba uyindoda as a male. Mna ngase sike sinansi ke pha kule into yoba indoda yes omama ndifuna siyixuthe la nansi ka ilanto yakho yoba bengomama nabo bakhona omama abangomama futhi abastrong abazi-leaders but asinoyithatha lanto sithi xa umuntu ongumama esenza ngendlela eright eyinkokheli kwaye strong now sithi ngoku hayi uperform okwenza no he can be a woman and a strong woman at that. Awufuni siyicuthe lanto ibe ngathi ngoku xa usenza into enhle uyindoda but xa usenza into eshenxileyo wenza okwesifazi okanye xa uthambile ulila wenza okwesifazi. No, I think we should not take that from umama bethu but all I was trying to say Brian is that yes enkosi kopheli yami hayi yabulela ngifuna nje ukongeza ngoba indoda yenziwe
but siya kule 2 minutes yemibuzo le 2 minutes yemibuzo ndicela ubuza apha ekudesigneni le ndoda zindoni esiye sizibone xana sele idesign le yethu iphumelela esiba indoda umuntu okanye sele eyiyo ke indoda zindoni ezinto siye sizibone like xa usithi zenzo ayikaqanga khamnike imizekelo yoba uzawenza into ethile enza into ethile and londo ithi indoda cela utho kanjani
iye phakathi zami kulaa nto bendithetha uba awuyibiyo indoda until you have to man up. You have to show ke ngokuthi ndiyiyo indoda. Uyaqonda? Naku ke ngokwenzeka le nto uyenzayo uyenza nini uyenza njani uyenza xa uyindoda kufuneka uyazi ukuthi le nto ndiyenzayo sithini isigqibo isento i-result yale nto ndiyenzayo. That's a man. Awuvele wenza uthatha isigqibo without knowing the repercussions of that decision that you have taken. Xa uyindoda when you have to decide you have to think long and hard. Awuzuvele wenze nje xa uyindoda. Umveni koko ngomso kusengomso utanzazi noba ndifike njani kule ndawo ndikuyo andazi noba ndilele njani kule ndlu ndilele kuyo because xa uyindoda you make sure whatever you do you plan first uqala uzibuza uba le nto ndizawuyenza izawuhamba ihambe indise. So whenever you have to take a decision that's when you are a man. Isigqibo sithathayo sisezakwenza uba thini sithi nyalo yeyi indoda because of esasigqibo sithathileyo and futhi uyasazi uba esasigqibo kufuneka sithathe ngaxesha liphi.
Khaniphi imizekelo emibini of manning up
masithi bawo wena umzekelo unalo sisi uthandana naye lo sisi uthandana naye masithi mhlambi uthi ufuna umntana or something yabo wena ujonge i-financial situations zakho ukuthi am I ready to have a child okanye am I ready to marry this person? Then you have got to take a decision from there ukuthi is this the right thing to do? Because if ndiza kwenza lo mntana, if ndiza kwenza abantwana benza bahlanu bazawuza kweyiphi indlala okanye baza kondliwa ngobani abantwana. That's when you have to take a decision ukuthi no, in terms of where I am in my life at the moment, it is not the time to have lo mntana. That's just one example. There can be many examples.
Ndiyabulela lo mzekelo wakho enough. Masibulele Putsi, ixesha lakho liphele.
Ndiyabulela tata.
Ndiyabulela nge-gifts. In fact, ndibulela ngento yonke, your presence, the participation. I'm really thankful. I'm really grateful, and I don't know if ngesixhosa kuthiwa ndiswele imilomo eliwaka. I think ndimlo. Tepang.
Hi, my king. How are you?
I'm good, my king. Please get on the topic.
Thank you very much for this platform. What is a man? And this is my view, and I stand for correction. First of all, we have a male and we have a female, and they are different because of how they were built or because of their functionalities. So let's put females aside and come to a male. A male, in my opinion, has got to develop and be able to use his functionalities to the best of his abilities. And he should make sure that he's using his functionalities for what they were meant for. Then, in my opinion, then I can say he has developed into being a man. Like, for an example, a man has more strength than a woman. So a man should use that strength for what it was meant for. Like maybe, for an example, lifting something that is heavy in the household, or even protecting his woman. But the moment a man uses his strength to maybe beat up a woman, kill somebody, or even a guy, then he is not using his strength for what it was meant for. He is misusing it. So he is not using his functionality for what it was meant for. So in my opinion, I cannot say that is a man, because he did not develop and reach a stage whereby I can say this is a man because of his actions and how he uses his functionalities. And then a female and a male, they've got different functionalities. Hence, they often come together so that their differences can complement one another. I hope you get that. So I put some point here. Like, for an example, another thing is that if a man is going to rape a woman, that means he's not using his functionality for what it was meant for, because a man and a woman must come together to complement one another. So the moment a man rapes a woman, then he's not using his functionality for what it was meant for, because a woman must also agree to that. So this is where the differences between a woman must come together amicably so. So once a man is not using his functionality for what it was meant for, then he's no longer a man. He's taking advantage of his functionalities. For an example, your cell phone was manufactured and built to perform certain functionalities. The moment your cell phone is not performing its functionalities, it's useless to you. You throw it away. It's no longer a cell phone. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Your 3 minutes is up. I don't see any questions on the floor. I don't know if people don't have questions for you, but I'll ask you one before you go. You keep speaking of functionalities. My question is gonna come as a compound question. So it's gonna say, what are these functions just give me 2 examples. Who defines these functions for a man? And who gets to approve, or let's say qualify or quantify that these functions have been performed correctly? What are the functions? Who defined them, and who then approves that this function has been done correctly for a man? Just answer that for me. You've got 2 minutes.
Great question. Like I said, how do I put it? I talk about functionality. Now there is 2 consequences to your functionality as a man. If your functionality bears good consequences, I can say that you did it to your best of your ability. That's a good thing. But if you didn't use it for the right reasons, it bears bad consequences, then I can say you're not a man. Like for an example, your seed as a man, or your sperm, it's meant for you to continue your lineage. But when you just go around throwing your seed away and then you abandon it, what does that say about you as a man? It says that you are not using your seed for what it was meant for, since you are going around bearing kids and then leaving them just like that. Just like that. You are not living up to what you were created for and what was bestowed upon you as a man. I don't know if I answered your question correctly.
You don't have time, but you did not answer it. But it's okay. It's okay. Maybe somebody's going to come in and try and help you answer the question. But thank you for your input. You're about to run out of time. You are left with by the time I started talking, you were left with 15 seconds.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, bro. I hope to meet you again and again and again.
Oh, my network.
I'll take you off. Zip 12,5. Yo, ZP 12, how are you?
Bafethu ninjani lapha?
Siyaphila futhi kunjani?
Siphileni man. Ngifuna ukulungisa nje into encane nje.
Okay,
Ngakade siphuma la ngaphandle so that ingaze kubanga umsindo. Yazi indaba yobudoda is difficult because ubudoda it comes with ama qualities. We understand. Kukhona ikwekwe, bekhona umfana, kube khona ixhego. Sayithetha ngokwesintu ke ngoku. We understand.
Okay.
Ubudoda but you cannot ukuthi uyindoda kumfazi wakho. You cannot ukuthi uyindoda kwesister yakho. You cannot ukuthi uyindoda kumamakho. You understand? Ama qualities obudoda yizinto ozenza towards kubantu abakusurroundileyo. Ubudoda ke lobo ke. Mawenza izinto ezipositive. Ma unomfazi, uhleli nomfazi wakho, you are the husband. You are playing a role yobu husband. Ma uhleli ne-families ama-siblings wakho ukuthi abosesibakho, you are the brother kulabantu labo. You understand? So ngifuna ukuza kule ndawo yobudoda ukuthi ubudoda akusuyindoda because of you are a man uchama umile usitshe ukuthi uyindoda. No. Izenzo zakho yizo ezidefine ubudoda. That's why kuthiwe ubudodeni, ubudoda mangabe uyindoda uye wayoluka. Bayakuxelela kahle ukuthi indoda ayondoda because ulukile. Uyindoda because ngezenzo zakho zize zakudefine ukuthi uyindoda. Mina ngizakuxelela mina bhuti ndandimncinci, but there was a time whereby ngixelela ngomnye ubhuti athi bungekaluki, yazi all along I was telling myself ukuthi uyindoda. Why? Because of I know who separate into wrong nento right. Ama-action owenza towards abanye abantu, it plays a huge role when it comes to impilo yakho. To answer the question ukuthi what define ukuthi ukulento lena uba yindoda? Ubuyindoda izenzo zakho. Angazi-ke bengifuna ukuma lapho nje kuphela.
You have time. I don't know if I can ask ukuthi yeziphi lezo zenzo. Like I'm skeptical of a point where men are used And if you don't do things that people want you to do, then they say you're not a man. Like, because kuthiwe yizenzo. And for example, if you don't buy someone something, or you don't give someone something, or you don't do something to someone, then you're not a man. So yeziphi lezo zenzo? And who's checking them? Like,
mamela ke bhuti imali ukubreak lapha ke bhuti ndithe kuwe if you are doing izinto with ifamily yakho, let's say for example you are married, we understand, you are the husband to your wife, we understand, awuyondoda kumfazi wakho, we understand. So ubaba kabani akadlali indima yobubaba endlini, not ubudoda. Sihlanganisa izinto ezingahlangani la ubudoda is to take ama decision. Let me make this example bhutam. I remember ngizoshada, ngithama ngiceda ukulobola, umalume wami he pass away, umntanami he pass away, we understand. So those people oyi-one mele abhere basimngcwabe on Saturday, oyi-one mele simngcwabe on Monday, which is umntana ulana elantareni eJoburg, i-uncle iseNorthern Cape, nginomfazi la, ngine-uncle eshonile la. The problem is that I need to make a decision ukuthi no i-uncle lami izile azongisupporta makuyolobola uze egule, umbone ukuthi no anything can happen anytime. So now I have to put myself in a position whereby do I support Ifro or do I support ifamily yasekhaya? That's the manhood ukuthi no I need to choose between the two ukuthi ubani ngimsupportayo kule nto. I had to make a decision whereby ukuthi no okay, you know what, because of ekhaya I know ukuthi no it's 8 hours drive, we understand, ngizodriver ngifike ngingcwatshwa macetha ukungcwatshwa ngibuye futhi. I ask only one day because I was testing ukuthi no I need to choose between the two sides which side I'm going to support, you understand. Lento it define ubudoda bakho. Let's put it aside ezinye izinto ukuthi you don't do i1 2 3 ahlangene nezinto zobudoda. If may I put it, let's say for example hence we are saying ukuthi you know if you don't buy ukudla kwasendlini athi umuntu ukuthi no I'll see you ndoda, because no ayichazi lento leyo ukuthi ayisiyo indoda. There are reason ukuthi why ungakhona ukubhaya izinto endlini. For example uthe ukuthi no uphelele umsebenzi, you understand, it doesn't mean ukuthi makuphelele umsebenzi sokumele ukuthi uhambe uyotshontsha in order ukuthi uzoba indoda endlini. Try all by means ukuthi no yalo
nongilalela
try all by means ukuthi uzame nala endlini bazokubona ukuthi uyazama. If umuntu wakho ufair enough uyabona ukuthi no we are trying all by means, there's no other way ukuthi no umuntu uzokudefine ngokuthi no usiyindoda, unless kule relationship iya khona nalo muntu loyo kunama expectation whereby ukuthi no angizanga ngokuzothanda umuntu. Remember ukuthi once niba semshadweni or ni partnership nalo muntu loyo, remember mina I used to say to my wife, we win together, we lose together. I cannot say because of you've done something wrong then I
no,
need
5
to
minutes is up.
Okay. No, it's fine. Angibonge kakhulu bhutam. Thanks.
To the speakers that are coming, may I suggest and ask that we don't say what it is that does not define a man. We don't say what it is that does not measure a man, or what it is that is not a man. Because the question is, what is a man? So when you come in, exactly what you think a man is. A man has a long nose, a man has big eyes, a man has wings, and a man flies. He's good at smelling things because he has a big nose. Do you get what I'm saying? It's good at a man is good at smelling things because he has a big nose, and a man maybe has fangs. So a man can be aggressive, and when he bites, the marks they leave behind are very deep because of the fangs. We're looking for something of that nature. Don't tell us what a man is not, and don't say a man takes responsibility, because that's a bit vague. Like, it does not give us a clear picture. What responsibilities is he taking? Who is defining these responsibilities for him, and who measures these responsibilities for him? And why should these people measure, or whomever that is measuring these responsibility for him, what qualifies them and what gives their opinion quality, as in to say, if they say you're not a man, then you're not. Like, the next speakers that are going to come in, please, let's try and help each other get a clear picture of what a man is or what a man should do. Ulwazi,
Nginjani?
Ngiyaphila bhuti, mayipholele ezandleni man.
Yeah, bhuti. Apologies because ndisendleleni, I've been waiting that akafika kade kundawo ndikuyo. But yeah, if unive imoto or ever, then ndiyazi uba ndisendleleni. Look, Rotman, firstly, I just want to say ukuthi a man is a person, right? And then before abe uyindoda okanye umuntu obhinqileyo, a man is a person. Laws of life zayithetha loo nto le ukuthi a man is a person, and even in the Bible ithi a man, we'll never say man, we'll say a man, umuntu. Number two, I believe ukuthi we will never find one definition of who is or what is a man, because of what you've said earlier on, that there are experiences that we've been through, that you said kukhona izinto esigqithe kuzo singabanye abantu nesizaziyo, i-upbringing yethu, indlela esikhuliswe ngayo, it gives us a different perspective of what man should be, right? Now, ukhona speaker beske start apha, then lento kuthiwa bubudoda becomes a personal thing, a personal decision that now I want to be a man, right? Because it's very difficult. From now, as I'm like, people baza nezinye, but if once what I've experienced, ukula kwam, upbringing inike a different definition of what man should be. Yeah, understand? And baweli kuthi babe khumbuza ndiphikisa, because this is what I've lived in. This is what endakhuliswa ngayo. This is what that driver. But all I want to say is that a man, being a man, it's a personal thing. You decide ukuthi I will be a man. Hence the word man, it's complex. Meaning the factors that make this one person a man. Right? I feel there's a lot of things as indoda. Ukuba ke culturally sawuthi indoda yenziwa ukuya ehlathini, blah 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 blah, which ngoku ayisebenzeli, because bakhona baya ehlathini babuye still singabaniki loo nto ethi ngamadoda. You understand? So I do feel ukuthi there is into funeka si understand that ukuthi ukhula kwethu nendlela esikhuliswe ngayo will give us a different definition of what is a man. Mandime apho.
Bhutulwazi.
Yes.
Xa seke ithathile le decision lo muntu wathi ndiyindoda, thina babukeleyo sesibone ntoni? Or ngubani okwazi uvuma ajonga ambone uba hayi man uba nendoda? And kutheni nguye lo ukwazi uvuma? Umzekelo kutheni ndim lokwazi uthi hayi man ulwazi indoda? Kutheni indim lokwazi ukutsho? And into lefuneka ndiyibone kulwazi ukuze nditsho ndithi ulwazi indoda. Ngubani onoholder ulwazi accountable for le decision yakhe? Xa undiphendula ndicela undiphe ezi factors ubuthetha ngazo, umzekelo into about the factors, ndicela undinike zona, undinike ezinto ndizibuzileyo ke ngoku into yoba sibona ngantoni into yoba ulwazi nyani uyile ndoda and ngubani lubonayo.
Okay, one, I feel like a man, first foremost, man is a protector. Number two, a man is somebody that can respond to quick responsibility and ability anayo. Number three, I feel like man is somebody that holds circle yakhe ye family or whoever aba close kuye close and make sure ukuthi abonzakala. then is a protector. Then now I really want to say, akekho umntu that onos that athi kumba Lwazi, you are not man enough, because my principles and my values and ikhule ngazo is different from the principles and the values akhule ngazo. This means my behind the scenes mna ezindenze ukuthi bona mandithi ndibe le movie ndiyiyo as a man, this different from me behind the scenes zakhe ezimenze la movie ayiyo yena emenze indoda abe yila ndoda. So mna lento mana I have to wait until abantu banike i-affirmation okanye banike into ethi uyiyo indoda, or uba abantu abathi bayenza loo nto leyo, I don't see myself as a man, and then that's where it's wrong. Now inkuliso yam yiyo le endenza ukuthi uba mandibe nesure, and then decide mna ukuthi ubana look Lwazi uyindoda wena, and we have to do izinto principles kunye ne-values endikhuliswe ngazo. That's what I believe.
Ndiyakuva but Lwazi, andiyazi you are left with 15 seconds andiyazi uba you're done or ikhona enye into ofuna uyithetha.
No, I'm done, Roman, but all I want to say is that we have to understand that we will have very different definitions of what is a man. But most importantly, ndifuna understand ukuthi into yobana kuzo zonke into zi-different sabe sinazo zohlukileyo. Most important funeka sibe nayo iphezulu into yobana men should be protectors. Men are the protectors because of his stature, because of physically yena kuthiwa yindoda. Men should be protectors, and men should make sure
Your time is up.
Yes, sir.
Your time is up. Thank you very much, Lwazi. And thank you for indoba umise eceleni kwendlela just so you can talk to us. This villain isn't just concocted. I am really thankful. Masibulele futhi. I agree with the notion that says we're not going to have one definition. And that's the point of it all. We're not supposed to have one definition of a man, but we should have definitions so that we can find what's common in our definitions of a man. I accepted someone and they're not coming through. Okay, let me accept someone else. We should have things that are common in our definitions. And these things will then help us to build a common ground so that we can then be able to say, this is a man we identify as a collective. It's okay to have different views. It's okay. As a collective. Is this how horrible I sound? How are you, sir?
Hello.
How are you?
Hi, how are you?
I'm good. Please,
Am I audible?
yes, I can hear you. There's an echo you're coming with. Please talk again.
Do you still hear the echo?
Nah, I don't now.
Can you hear the
come
echo?
in. No.
Okay.
Just
Ngiyabonga
talk.
bhuti. Okay, ngiyabonga bhuti. Ngibonga ngethuba ngipha lona. So, into esikhuluma ngayo la ukuthi what is a man? So, my opinion engakusho ukuthi a man iqhamuka egameni lika human. Igama elika human esiphinde silithole futhi ku man naku woman. Onomehluko ku woman ngalo WO omele uwumba. Ngiphinde ngiqhubeke futhi ngithi ke uma sengigxila kule side lika male esigxile ngalo namhlanje, ku male sine physique yomuntu wesilisa engebalekile kakhulu ngoba esikhathini sinamanje sinamadoda noma sinabantu besilisa abanezintshebe but ukwenza kwabo kwezingane. So ngithanda ukugxila ke kulo oka mental state on development esuka ku boy son to father. Boy ngingasho ukuthi associated ne level of growth. Son associated with the relationship with the father. A father ongaba umalume noma ubaba okuzalayo noma nomama, yes. And then bese kuba khona ke lo father engithi udad. So lo ka dad ke ila khona sesithola ukuthi umntana usekhulisiwe ngama principles ngeimfundiso. So iqala kuma roots awathola kibomkhulu ancestors, like we have an ongoing culture kwaXhosa efundisayo ngobudoda. Ebese ke iba istem la khona esekwi family khona whereby umntana noma a boy is being taught, uyafundiswa. And then mase sigcina sisifika ke la sekunama fruits khona. Ama-fruits okubala i-maturity, responsibility, accountability, integrity, morality, teacher, vision, character, and being a leader. And those fruits then are consumed by the family and the society. As we know, the tree does not produce the fruits for itself, but it produces the fruits for the surroundings. So ilapho ke sesibona khona ke lezi zinto lezi esizibala njengamanje njengokuthi ezobudoda ezi-associated nezobudoda. But eqinisweni ke sigcina sesiyi-generalize lezi zinto lezi. Ekahle kahle lezi zinto izinto eziqhamuka kumen nalo umuntu wesifazane anawo under uwoman. Immaturity, irresponsibility, accountability, integrity, and even being a teacher, it is not only associated with the man, like a male, but we also find it kuma women. We've got abantu abakhuliswe ngabomama whereby abobaba beflile away. So sengiphetha ngiyabonga host ngethuba lokuthi ngibeke my opinion. I understand I've only have 3 seconds now.
You have 3 seconds left. A second.
Yeah.
You have 5 minutes in total. But the 2 minutes is for people to ask you questions if they have questions. I don't have any questions for you, so I don't know. Is there anybody on the floor with questions? Going once, going twice. Sold. My guy, nobody has a question for you.
Okay, can I conclude on?
Here's a question. Here's a question. How do we hold men accountable to make sure that they bear those fruits?
So into accountability, it is not a thing of being held, but it's a thing that develops. Unfortunately, kulesi sikhathi ke samanje into esingayijwayelekile noma esingasenayo, because we have lost ukwakhiwa from the level of family. So there is no way we expect men now to have this accountability, responsibility. That is why we've got GBV, we've got all types of abuse, because indaba ilahleke on our roots ekhaya. Some of us sikhule singanabo bobaba, sikhule abogogo ababegula benama-diabetes, of which is incubation yokukhuliswa kahle sitholanga. So njengamanje i-accountability kukancane ukuthi itholakala. Ikancane, it's only a small fraction of a second abantu abane-accountability. Angazi noma ngiyezwakala.
You know, I'm not disrespecting anything. A lot of people from the comment section agree with you and they get you. But I'm going to say this. I heard from you, you breaking down how a man is and the attributes that we share with women, and that integrity is found both on men and women, and so on and so on. But what I did not, what I also got was the lack of accountability because of where we come from and the people that were not there. And I believe that the point of this live is so that we can develop instruments for ourselves to hold ourselves accountable. Is so that when this live ends, you know how to look at me and say, Anele, what you're doing right now makes you less of a man you're supposed to be. What you're doing right now is not the pledge you're supposed to have made as a man. I don't know if you make me you understand me, my guy. So yes. I understand our fathers were not there, but we can't keep breaking glasses and other things and say it's because my father was not there, which is why we have this live. It's so that even though they were not there, we can have answers to those questions. We can sit and forge it for ourselves how we want to define a man and how we want to measure a man.
What I can say is, number one, as men, we need to find ourselves. Right now, we have lost ourselves. We have lost our identity. We don't know who we are. That is why amadoda izinja, because we have lost the sense of being a man. A man from a perspective of human. uma ngathi ngibeka igama nje lesinguni ngathi ubuntu abusekho. So to recover that, I think these sessions like this ayasiza ukuthi siqale futhi nje define ukuthi what is being a man before even we talk about ama attributes related to being a man. So having these kind of discussions will propel us to get a true definition, because manhood is not a fly by night thing. It's a process.
The time is up.
And goes
Your time is up. Thank you very much.
Salute Nkhuphe Mfondini.
Okay. We know what we lack. We know that our fathers were not there. That we maybe lack identity. We lack a form of measure for ourselves, which is why we're here. We're here to forge that. We're here to build that. We're here to say, look, we as men don't find you to be a man when you do 1, 2, 3. And for us to say that, I think we need to get to a point where we actually outline what it is that we expect from each other. And I agree. We're not going to have the same definition of a man. So we should keep on coming with these definitions until we find what's common in them, until we find what we agree with in all these definitions. Then we make it a universal definition for ourselves. That's my hope. Motive.
Yeah, hello.
How are you?
No, I'm good, and you?
I'm good, man. What is a man to you, Motive?
The question is, what is a man? So what I want to say is the man is defined outside the street or within your family. As I'm saying, a family, maybe where you were born or wherever it is, but your family is around you and outside the streets. And the family where maybe your kids, your wife, those are the people who should define you as a man, not yourself, but it's within you as a male gender. So what I'm saying is, like, I'll make an example by myself, with myself actually. Shuti mangikhula bengi ngathola umsebenzi at an early age. So bengiyenza ama responsibilities wasendlini and all that, and my parents were happy. But that they never confirmed that I'm a man. As soon as I wanted to move out the house, then my father called me and said, now you're becoming a man. He never said I'm a man, but he said to me, now you're becoming a man. Then I moved out, becoming a man, not a man. I stayed there, I stayed alone. Here is my mother. Then the confirmation that my father gave me that I became a man, then I spoiled everything. I became a boy because I did things that boys were doing. At that stage, it means I was not a man, but I was doing all my responsibilities, supporting my family, but I was never a man. And as I grew up, because there are things that as you grew up, there are things that are changing. Your behavior start to change. And I had a girlfriend. I told my father that ngifuna ukuyolobola. Then ubaba said, yeah, manje uyindoda. You see, it's a confirmation. Then ngalobola, everything went well. Then ngaba yindoda. Then sawamuva in, sahlala nami nabantwana, saba right. Then lapho ke, that was up to me. Ukuthi manje njengoba sengiyindoda, what do I do? Ngiyahlala nale family, ngiyayiprotecta, ngiyenza wonke ama responsibilities lawa amadoda awayenzayo. Because i-confirmation ngitholile ukuthi manje sengiyindoda, angisaso umfana, because now I have a family. I stood up from being a boy to be a man by paying ilobola. I'm not saying ukubhadala ilobola kukwenza indoda, but it's a deed that I've done that made me a man. So angazi ukuthi uyang understand or kanjani.
I'm listening.
Yes, so it's the things that you do as a male that makes you a man. Then as I am growing up, izinto ziyaqala zenza.
Your 3 minutes is up. Your 3 minutes is up. I want to know.
Yes.
No, Zinhle, he says Uglobola didn't make him a man. I want to know, are there people that have questions for you from the floor? If there are any questions from the comment sections, may you guys please write them so that Umo Chief can answer them for us from what he has said. Zinhle, he said Uglobola did not make him a man. But when he loboled and took responsibility of it, his family says he's becoming a man. Do you have anything to say whilst I'm waiting for a question, if it's gonna come?
Yes, as I've said, Uglobola, it doesn't make me a man, because that's exactly what I'm saying. Uglobola, it doesn't make me a man, but it is the confirmation that came from someone else that said, now you are the man. So that gives you power, that said, you know what? Someone just confirmed that I'm a man. Am I able to act as a man or remain as a boy? That's where you grow up. Then you start to say, you know what? Let me be a man. Support and do all the responsibilities that you have to do as a man. Paying lobola doesn't make you a man. Doing this and that doesn't make you as a man. But within you, you should tell yourself, I should remain a boy or should I become a man that they say I am? Because they judge you from outside, not yourself. You can't say, like you, what you have done now, it shows that you are the man, because now you're growing other men. So me, and I'm saying this actually.
Your time is up. Your time is up.
All right,
I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Before I let other people in, there's questions on the floor. What are those responsibilities that he made, that he took care of, which made him a man? He mentioned that he left home and started staying alone. He mentioned he took a wife and paid lobola. And he also mentioned that it's a journey. It's not, you keep becoming a man, you keep becoming a man. I think that's what he said. And people keep saying there's no one definition of manhood. That we understand, we know. But we need to know how to hold each other accountable as men. And we also need to know how we are defined amongst ourselves and how we define ourselves. So we need to create and find the common ground. Hence, I said, we'll keep giving the definitions. But from the definitions, I can tell you, I've found that responsibility, taking care of your responsibilities is what is expected from you as a man. Protecting those that are weaker than you, in terms of maybe physical strength. It could maybe be financial reasons or circumstances. It could maybe be emotional strength. But however they are weaker than you, you owe to protect them. And I think those would be your children. You'll need to protect your children at whatever circumstance. You'll need to protect the people that are older than you. Because obviously they will be frail, they will be old. So you need to protect these people. At this point, I feel responsibility and protecting those that are weaker than you, depending on the circumstances, becomes key in being a man. I'm not saying it's limited to that, but it becomes key to being a man. And it was also established that you don't necessarily have to have money to do these things. You can provide with your time. You can provide wisdom. You can provide other things It does not necessarily have to be money. What I'm lacking in this conversation is who then approves, who then measures, and why should it be that person that says, yes, you are a man, and because this person said it, then you are. Why should it be that person? Let me take another person. Yeah, he's coming in after the person I just took when I pay. Bantu.
Molweni endlini.
Ixesha sinalo mayipholele ezandleni.
Yeah, ndizawucela uba yama 5 minutes ingaqhawulwa into questions and whatnot. A lot of people came through and we can only define from our experience and our reality. And I think a lot of people abangenileyo are onto something. I think ingqondo phansi ziyafana, but ngokwam I will go and say at an existential level, a man is a member of society, a male adult member of the society, and the adult part of it is dictated or determined by maturity. In society, there are 4 key members: men, women, children, and the elderly. And so what separates men and women primarily is geography, but then, biology. And then biology dictates or influences functionality, because the whole idea that a man is a protector, if you look at it historically, if an attacker came to a village, the expectation was that those that are strong and were to go out and protect the village. So it is those things that that dictated sort of the roles, and then those roles that continually kept on being played over time created a societal expectation to say indoda has to protect, and those are expectations that we sort of came with. So when we ask uba zizenabani, they were brought by history, and history became culture, and culture is what we are currently having. The truth is that we're constantly evolving as people. This is why the issue of a provision sometimes becomes questioned about what happens when it's the wife that works and not the man. So those are things that we are continually trying to figure out, singabantu. But indoda has an obligation to the following members of society. 1, to himself. You cannot be of any use to anyone else when aqala ungakwazi uzoya. You cannot look after your wife ungakwazi uzoya. You cannot look after your kids ungakwazi uzoya when aqala. 2, indoda has an obligation to his family. When we speak of family, we speak about the immediate family that you are born into. You have an obligation to those people, and then there is the family that you forge to say, Ndizamthatha uZinhle. uZinhle is going to be my wife, and we're going to make kids. I have an obligation to them. And then thirdly, I have an obligation to society. I cannot watch things fall apart in my immediate surroundings and I do nothing about it as a man. So the issue about what about those that don't have kids? What about those that don't have wives? That falls away, because there are so many people that you have an obligation to as indoda. You have an obligation to protect that person. And so indoda then becomes ingcinga zakhe that are then backed up by izenzo zakhe, and izenzo zakhe will reflect that this person is actually a caretaker of the community in that regard. How is a man made? We are made by theories or principles or practices that were taught to us sisakhula, but then there comes a point for a man where a man will decide, but regardless of what I was told or taught, what makes sense to me. That is a point where you decide about what kind of man do I want to be. And the decision that you take will reflect in the actions and your reasoning and your contribution to society. And so man then becomes a function and a contribution to society. Whatever your contribution is, that is ubudoda bakho. If the last point, if indoda ibilipolisa ubu available bakho for duty, that would be ubudoda bakho. You cannot be claiming to be ipolisa and you are part of the lawbreakers in society. In fact, if every man was functioning in their role, women wouldn't need protection, because a lot of the times it is from the same men that women are being protected from. So being a man, to sample from what Dali said, being a man means being, one, an initiator of, but also two, a part of the solutions. You cannot be a man and still be a part of the problem. Thank you for the gift, everybody. Yeah.
I hear that you're saying ukwenza kwakho is how we measure ubudoda bakho.
Yeah.
Ngubani lo measure shay?
One, wena ngokwakho uba ngabe uyindoda eqeqileyo epheleleyo, you should know xa wenze to your fullest. So that will measure you too. Abantu will measure your legacy. Your legacy will speak for itself.
Last question.
Yeah.
You said a man is responsible for himself and to protect others and so on and so on.
Yeah.
And this keeps being said. It leaves a lingering question in Mondinyam. Who protects a man?
Indoda, one, iyathanda uba kumaxesha amaninzi ime yodwa, but ke ngokwe-set up indoda bekufanele bedibana nendoda bakhusela indoda from indoda.
So basically, indoda is to protect others, or men are to protect others and then protect themselves. So others don't have a duty to protect a man, or maybe we can't speak for others.
Ukuba ngaba inyani siyayithetha, if all men were protectors, then protection would never be needed.
That's not true, but okay.
You cannot say it's not true because you haven't tested it. But nonetheless, to avoid a debate, let's leave it at that.
Okay.
Sharp.
Thank you. The tops.
Okay. Yeah, no, let's rather not. You wanna say something?
No, I don't want to say anything.
All right. No, I think I just want everybody to understand something. You need to understand what you are first before you understand who you are. Being a man is the whole. Being a man is the function. But what is the form? The form is being a male. So you are a male before you become a man. Otherwise, you end up with women that act the same way as men. So when you define men by your integrity, your responsibility, women are quite capable of doing the same damn things as well. So in order to then establish a clear difference between what a man is and what a woman is, we need to understand your clear biology. Now, that is rooted in your hormones, your chemical brain chemistry, all of these differences that make you a different species from what a woman is. I said initially that women and male and females are more or less the same. We have the same hormones, we have the same everything, but just in different quantities and different amounts, right? So otherwise, you see, a woman can be considered a man if she provides and protects, and if you have integrity in society, you can be considered a man. But you are a man because when we call you a provider, it stems from biology, stems from the fact that you are physically strong. That means you have the responsibility to protect. The Chinese like saying that with great power comes great responsibility, and that's why men are required to protect. When we call men leaders, they are not leaders because society just wants men to be leaders. They are leaders. Why? Because their biology makes them to be focused people, because they think logically instead of emotionally. We are more interested in things than we are in people. So we are interested in mechanics. We are interested in logic and how things work. 1 + 1 is 2. So that's what makes us better qualified to be leaders. Not to say that women are not leaders, but men are better qualified to be leaders. So these differences and all of these things are the things that make us a man. Because when you try to define a man using societal standards and expectations, those societal standards and expectations, they purely come from the fact that they are from a biological standpoint. So we call a man a leader and a provider because it's rooted in their biology. Women are something else, but we can discuss that on another day. I don't want to talk about women today. So who are leading the governments? What are they leading, and who governs those roles? Biology governs the roles of a man. No one can tell you how to be a man. So we spoke about, what if you grow up in a household where there's no father? What if you are raised by a family where there's no parents? You look to your biology, understand what you are. If you understand what you are, you'll be able to understand who you are. And who you are is a man, but what you are is a male. So biology is always the answer to everything. Everything comes from nature. Understand who God is by understanding yourself, then you're going to understand everything that exists around you. Thank you very much.
Ash,
Yes, sir.
I get the biology point of view, right? I
Yes,
get
sir.
that we would be tasked to be protectors because we have a high bone density, we have a high muscular mass, we just physiologically built to do that, to carry that role of protecting. But I think times have changed. I think we're living in days where there's technology and other means of protection over our physical nature, which biology gave us and was actually the primary means of protection back then. With that in mind and how times have changed, should we still task men, like roles have changed in the society a lot, should we still task men to do what their forefathers did simply because the biology has not changed, even though the circumstances in a way have?
Yeah, so you know what science says? Science says that energy cannot be created or destroyed, it can only be transformed. What we can do is transform the way that we used to do things back in the day and transform it into something that we can relate to. Women these days are allowed to work and function as employees. That means they have the ability to provide and protect in as much, because you can pay for a security company, so you have protection. So, right? So how do we protect women then after else? We protect them by physically investing our time, like you said, being there. By investing in our kids, we are protecting the women because we protect them from birth until they are grown women in society. So all of this still comes from what? From biology itself. It stems from biology. Biology does not need anyone to govern it. The same way God does not need anyone to be his mother or his father. It comes from your DNA. Again, if you understand what you are, you'll be able to understand who you are. You are a male first before you are a man. So understand what a male first is, and then it will be easier to understand what a man is. So morph and transform who you are primarily as a man. Those qualities that we speak about, that focus, that drive, that motivation, that relentless, that's what makes you a man. All of these qualities come from the fact that your hormones, your level of dopamine, your adrenaline, your testosterone, all of those things form part of who you are as a male. And then if you understand yourself as a male, you understand how your testosterone works, you understand all of these things, it will be able to make you be a man in whatever type of society. Whether we live with aliens, whether we live in the ocean, you are still going to stick to your primary roles as a man because it's rooted in your DNA and not societal expectations and drama and stuff like that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, man.
Thank you for the gifts, everyone.
Sibari.
Yo, uzinhle guys. Mkhwenyana.
Ndangena Sibari. Ngena uzinhle.
Uhle Mkhwenyana
ka. Ndiyavuka Sibari ma. In fact ndiyalala.
Masibulele.
Akulungi.
Masibulele Mkhwenyana, khawuze ngaphambili.
Mandiza. Kule nto ithi indoda yintoni? uDali I think uze nayo kakuhle. I don't think ikhona indawo andiphose kuyo. Cha ukuthi ke ngoku kwezaa nto bezithetha zoba who holds a man accountable. Okokuqala kulapho funeka sifundisene khona, kunegama lesilungu esithi integrity. Uba le nto uyiyo xa ulapha ku-live phambi ko-Anele sithetha ngolu hlobo, uba yiyo naxa usekamereni noZinhle. uZinhle angathi uZinhle xethu uAnele ungumntu onje, bathi abanye abantu hayi uAnele simaze lolu hlobo, because
You have got to be honest with yourself and be honest with the way you live. Now ndicinga uba sinayo into evanayo uba indoda one kukukhusela. Zininzi izinto ke abantu abadinga ukukhuselwa kuzo, zininzi izinto abantu abadinga uprovidelwa zona, but mna I think ndiyafuna uba sigxile kule nto yee-morals zobudoda nee-activities emele uba iyazenza. Umntu ongutata one funeke yenze iqinisekile ngokuba kuyaphilwa kwakhe, kuyatyiwa, failing which then funeka enzile ezinye ii-provisions, whether uprovida ingqondo yakhe and coming up with plans if akakwazi uzenza ngokwakhe ezo plans physically, but umntu ongutata has to be umntu othatha i-action. That is my belief. And then sibuye Anele, the second thing ebendiyifuna besides taking a responsibility of ikhaya lakhe, taking a responsibility of i-community, because kukhe kwanemibuzo emininzi apha ndiyibona uba ayipheli. Kusithiwa what if you are good to your family and not the rest of the community? Does that still define you as a man? If you are maybe a horrible person or a gangster, whatever, I said that is a criminal. And ngokwelakhi amadoda umntu angamfuniyo esidodeni ayamkhupha. Asithi nje akayondoda, sive sithi noba sithe inkwenkwe, noba sithe ngumntu ongumama siyamkhupha, sithi ngumfazi lowo siyamkhupha esidodeni the moment engafithi kule criteria sele sinayo. Le criteria ke yile indala Anele, nathi sayifunda kumagwaza, andimazi uba yithathe phi, nomnye wayithatha komnye, but yi-criteria indala. And andinotsho nam uba isuka phi in essence or ngubani wayiqalile and kutheni ingayeki siqale entsha kuthiwe hayi le yayiqalwe nguAnele, because we can document things now better. But ndifuna sifike kule ndawo ithi now that zikhona ezi zinto and we want to abide by them, masiyenze le nto to abide by them. Let us do better, if I'm making any sense, as men. And if
Ndiyakuva Mkhwenyana, but ndibugqiba.
ndiyama apha.
Mkhwenyana,
Unombuzo.
umbuzo endisoloko ndiwubuza kukuba ndifuna sibe contemporary, masizamela gama lesilungu. Let's have a definition of man that serves the people of its time. You understand? Because nzakwenzela umzekelo, otatomkhulu, they were defined by their provision. Because they had resources, they didn't compete with women for jobs. They didn't compete with women for owning cows, for owning land. It was their thing. So then, because they had it, they had to use it to provide. But the circumstances have changed. Shouldn't then the definition also change and serve us, the men of this time? Because we define it under the circumstances of this time.
I thought but Anele, that was the essence yale topic. Bendikhe ndatsho nakusisintle bekhe wayibuza naye ngolu hlobo ibuza ngalo uba ndathi kanti I think that's the point yale topic, in that uba by the time kubethu 9 siphuma apha ngomso, when I conduct myself, when I start to integrate myself into the society, ngomso xa ndivuka ndizawube ndinazo izinto ezintsha endizifundileyo, ndisifunde kuAnele, ndisifunde kuSiya, ndisifunde kuDali. But ezi zinto don't take away what I am and what I know, but they are in addition to such, because ilizwe liyatshintsha unyanisile. Yabona, to say indoda funeka iprovidile. How do you provide for unkosikazi wakho oyi-CEO yakwa MTN? You know, then you go, what can I provide for my wife? Okay, then I can provide ikhaya, I can provide abantwana, I can provide a sound mind. Yabo, all those things. So I think when it's an addition to what is already there, because I think the basics of what is already there for a man, I still believe they apply to a lot of situations zanamhlanje.
Ndiyakuva Mkhwenyana, ixesha lakho liphelile, but ndiyafuna ukuthi I was hoping that by now we would have realized that we need to come with a definition that serves our time and that deals with the circumstances of today. Because Ozinhle are independent women. When we meet them able to provide for themselves. We meet them in a state where they can build houses or buy houses on their own. So you can't say you're going to buy a house for her. You can't say you're going to provide food for her. Yes, I'm not saying there's nothing to provide for her. But what I'm saying is maybe we should redefine the provision itself, what we provide. We should redefine it. The form of protection we give, maybe we should redefine it. All these things that our forefathers used to do in their circumstances should be redefined in a way that we will be able to cater for in our circumstances.
Titi, what you are saying makes absolute sense.
That is why I kept on asking. That is why I kept on pushing that we should know not every man is employed. Not every man is physically strong. So we shouldn't take away from these men who don't have the finances, who don't have the strength, the physical strength. But we should come to a definition as amadoda that caters for all of us and considers all our situations.
Ndikuva kakuhle bhutanela. But this is why benimane ndisitsho nalapha kwi-comments, when we start to look at one aspect of a man where we say if he does not take care of his kids, he stops being a man. That cannot be the only aspect that defines a man. When we look at an aspect where we say, okay, he no longer protects his woman, then that's the only aspect we look at, and then we say this absolutely knocks you off the criteria of being a man. But we can say that there are so many. How many of these do you fit in? You know, when how many are you able to?
Ixesha lakho bekudala laphela masivulele uvuyana.
Kuba ndingusibari mkhwenyana. Masixoya akho mlenze ungenadolo.
Akhona mlenze ungenadolo mkhwenyana, akho mlenze ungenadolo.
Ivalwa phi ke ngoku?
Iman ndakhupha kwi-comments oziphumela. Uvuyana inobusokolisa i-network. Yazi xa ngekho mntu uthethayo apha ndiba novalo loba abantu bazode bandiqaphele into yoba ndimbi. So man bendifaka omnye umntu so that kuconcentrate kuye kungajongwa mna ebusweni. Vuyana ukwazile ungena uzawutsho. Sanele.
Hey Anele kunjani baba?
Ndiyaphila bhuti. Awukhulume sesu.
Hey man, ngiyajabula ukuthi bafethu we've finally decided ukuthi sibe nayo le discussion or le live. It's been a long time coming. But anyway, let me get straight to it. Bafethu, there's something ekumele ukuthi sonke sivumelane ngayo ukuthi we all have a different idea or understanding or definition of what a man is or what a man should do. Now, and wonke are right. Yeah, but that we can't take away from yonke le decision. Wonke are right, wonke avumelekile. Yeah, but any into that we need to add is ukuthula komuntu wesilisa. By talking about ukuthula, I am saying a man should have peace empilweni yakhe, and you should also be mentally stable in order for you to have these qualities as a man, because even though the world can teach you this and that, but if ungekho in a space whereby you are able to grasp zonke lezo zinto lezi that the world wants to teach you or your surrounding wants to teach you, uzoba nenkinga, angeke uzokwazi ukuthi ube le ndoda le kumele ukuthi ube yiyona. La ngizamuka khona ukuthi a lot of people weren't raised on love. They were raised on survival. I mean, that's why you see a lot of men not being able to love properly. And you won't realize this until somebody else tries to love them. All right. personally, I grew up differently. I was raised on survival, so I saw the world differently compared to someone who was raised on love. So I took it upon myself to break that cycle. Yoguti, I was raised on survival because I wanted ukuthi ingane zami engizozala, I want to raise them on love. So that's why I took a decision yoguti, I'm going to go and get help. You know, I was going to go for therapy, and even namanje I still go for therapy. I went to a psychiatric hospital in 2017. I still go for therapy every year. Every year I go twice for therapy. Not because there's something wrong with me, no. But I go for therapy just to make sure I stay afloat. Like ikandalami, even though there's so many things in Zagalam, but my head is above all the toxicity is in Zagalam, whereby I'm still able to show love to the people that are around me. I'm still able to see ukuthi kuphi la kushoda khona, la kumele ukuthi ngenze khona, la kumele ukuthi ngiprovide khona, la kumele ukuthi ngiprotecte khona. But if akukho ukuthula empilweni yami, I'm not going to be able to see that. So ukuthula futhi kuyasiza ukuthi uma kukhona izinto eziqhamukayo eceleni noma yini, you don't just react, but kunaloko uyakuthatha ukubuka ucubungula ubone ukuthi okay, right, this is what this thing is. So then how is it that I'm going to react in order for me to not hurt everyone around me? If toxicity comes your way, you are able to then take it. Okay, right. So this is how I am then going to sort this out and then move forward. So let's remember ukuthi emhlabeni we have something which is called an ozone layer. An ozone layer is coverishayo, which is like an atmosphere, whatever. So lento le kumanje ama-scientists nani bathi inenkinga. The reason being is because of all the toxicity that is coming from wherever la qhamuka khona. And kumanje thina sesiyasafarisha la emhlabeni. Things are happening kanjani according to scientists and geologists nayo yonke lonto le. So now you as a man, if you atmosphere yakho is peace and you try to maintain that and making sure which it doesn't fall apart, there will never be toxicity that is going to be brewing underneath and breaking that particular ozone layer or atmosphere that you have. So always try to understand something Uguti above you, the umbrella of you that defines you as a man. Uguti, the umbrella yako needs to have peace. Under peace, there's laughter, there's happiness, there's love. There's all these things ezikusiza ukuthi wena ukwazi ukuthi unakekele abantu abaseduzane nawe, because we all agree with as a man your job is to be responsible. Ukwazi ukuthi unakekele ama responsibilities akho. You need to be able to protect, you need to do all those things. But how are you going to be able to do that if the umbrella yako is not peace? So I just want to encourage guys ukuthi if you were raised in a particular way and you have some kind of childhood trauma, you don't want that thing to come into adulthood whereby you're going to be bleeding onto adulthood because of the wounds that you have received the time Musa saying that. So deal with that first, and then you will be able to raise better kids as we grow up.
Your time is off, my son.
Yeah.
Thank you for your input. I don't know. I like your 5 minutes is literally up, but I just want to say before I let the speaker that is on the line, I fear that we push what has been proven to be what destroys man. It is often said that problem is man deal with their problems alone, and when they get to a point where they can't push anymore, they kill themselves.
Exactly.
When they get to a point where they are no longer the solution for the problem, they can't turn to other people and ask for the solution because they've been tasked and yoked to be the solution. And if they don't become that solution, then they are not man. So I fear that we push to that, and then we get to a point where we are actually the reason the rate of suicides increase. Because I think maybe in our definition, we should be able to say to a man, you should do your best, but others also should help you. For example, there's a saying that says, "Ndincedo oncedayo." Ngisizo ongisizayo. I think I've heard it in Xhosa and in Zulu. So I think maybe because of times and circumstances, we should not just yoke men with these responsibilities and give them no relief, because there will be a breaking point. And that's when we're going to get suicides. And the breaking point is not necessarily going to be him maybe being lazy to carry on with the responsibilities. I made examples about men who kill themselves after losing their jobs. I made examples about men who kill themselves because they can't provide for their children, so they feel useless and they can't face the shame anymore, then they kill themselves. So I think maybe we should get to a point where a man who's sitting at home, who's been applying for a job and is not getting it, knows that to our eyes, he's still a man. A man who needs help knows that it's not being weak or being less of a man to ask for help and to expect help from those that you help, from those that are around you. To say, Ash has been saying it, before you become a man, you become a male. But before you become a male, you become a person. So to say, look, falling short is okay, is expected from any human being. Therefore, you should be able to turn around and say, please help me. And it doesn't make you less. You're still a man. And anybody who's around you and who sees you less the moment you ask for help should not be around you. I think I was expecting such from our definitions, so that when we define a man, we also make it safe to be a man. I'm going to let in another speaker. Thank you, Sanel.
Thank you, sir.
It's been a while since I last spoke to Linda Moore, but it seems he has network problems. Lindo is buffering, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna let in another speaker. When his network is fine, he's gonna come back in. I hope he can hear me.
ngenxa yoba khange ndibe naxesha lakweleka ndifuna ukweleka kulaa ntetho yam yokuqala. I've mentioned two things, integrity and dignity. And ubhutsuko woyame phezu kwayo, exactly, nodali woyame phezu kwayo kwento bendiyithetha. Now I see into yoba one thing ebendizothetha ngayo is security and providence, and I can see kuthethwa ngayo even apha, but ingxaki yam nabanye abantu xa bethetha ngeprovidence bayi-associate nemali. You know, when we speak of security, a woman will feel secured when she feels loved. When uthando ulubonakalisa ngokuthi I've got this, and kukhona izinto that only men can do to a woman. Kukhona izinto that only woman can do to a man. Those things.
I'll let Linda. Okay. I'll let Linda Moore in once Utatops is done talking. Once his 5 minutes is up, you can continue, Brad.
Kukhona izinto that only me as a man, umzekelo, a good sex, ndimndedwa ndiyindoda onoyinika umfazi. No, it's true. If I give my woman, okay, man, I'm trying to say we don't only provide money, our bodies as well. Should a woman get these things, she feels like I've met a man. Yebo. Kawufake lo bhuti sabile buya. But my point was just that one. Sex. My point was security and protection. It doesn't mean class protection. Class providence. Give her unayo imali already uzinhle intwana angenayo akanayo le nayo ithuli yami akanayo manje isebenzisa kuzinhle kakuhle onele uzinhle
Ngiyakuva Tatobs. Uyabona Tatobs, ibizawulunga lento xa sifika singafike sithi you need to give protection, you need to provide. Xa sifike sibe specific on what and how. Do you understand? So that singashiyi izinto into interpretation because kulapho zizawumoshakala khona.
Yes.
Let's be clear on what we're saying and why we're saying it and how we say it should be done.
Abasesibathi taxi tools. Le point zakumamela ngaphandle but that was my yes.
Yeah, and manibulele Tatobs masijonge lo mshito uyakwazi ungena nangoku because networking athi yamnyesa. Guest nje ulinda mo. Let me see if I can invite him. Mhlawumbe uzawukwazi ungena. Yabo ukamama ulapha? Yo hey, dane pressure ke ngoku. Andimboni ulinda mo. When I last was in a live with him, we disagreed a lot. I would like to hear what he would say here. But Andimboni, so I would let in Usia. Sia, bro, you good?
Yes, I'm good with him right now.
I'm good. Please get on the topic.
Yeah. But now when the mamele zonke lethethwa apha zizwe ezidefine as a man. As bakusitsho, there are many things that define as a man. But ke okwami ke ukongeza ukuthi ukudefine as a man into yokuba ngabana mawuyindoda aqala ngokucinga. Ngokwazi ukucinga ke is part of ukucinga ngendlela yokuba ngabana uzawumuva njani ebomini to grow. Ungamisa njani izinto ukukhula ke sometimes banento yokuba ngabana as uyindoda okokuqala iqala lento usakhula from kowenu uba ne-responsibility ozinikwayo and then as ba ke ngoku uyindoda ke ngoku uyuqale ke ngoku ngendlela ocinga ngayo ukwazi ukuzimela ukwazi ukumamela abanye abantu to take advices because sometimes lento yobudoda into yokuba ngabana akufunekanga xa uyindoda ngendlela yokuba ngabana you bring new things and idea xa uza ne-idea into yokuba ngabana i-idea yakho noba sowuyibekile but uqale wayicinga kuqala xa uqale wacinga kuqala is part of ukhumbula ukuthi it's not all about money xa uyindoda ayomali kuphela ubudoda into yokuba ngabana ngendlela izinto ozenza ngayo okokuqala ukujonga ukuthi xa uyindoda kukujonga ukuthi okay ndingalungisa phi ukukhulisa like to change environment okokuqala otata bethu benendlela
sorry kancinci Butsia. I see pha comment section andiyazi basifike kanjani kwi-topic zokuchamisana nokuchanyiswa. Zuko, I hope awukho kulo mndilili and I hope you are actually controlling what's happening. Then ndibona i-traffic ze-comments ezingekhoyo endingazilindelanga mna apha. Ungaqhuba Butsia.
Okay. So as ba uyindoda into yokuba ngabana ukwazi ukwenza izinto like ukulungisa apho konakale khona. You bring i-ideas ezintsha zokuba ngabana now njengomntana okhoyo kowenu ukuthi ndingalungisa phi kwinto eseyikhona. That is ke ngoku as a man ukuthi ukwazi ngokucinga even so une-family yakho uyakwazi ukuthi as a man ukuthi now kule situation yeyiphi into engingakwazi ukuyilungisa ndingenza njani. So kwesinye isimo ingxaki ethi nesingomdoda into yoba ngabana asikwazi usherisha and okokuqala singakwazi usherisha nje into esibulelayo into yokuba ngabana asikwazi ukuthi xa sisherisha to amanye amadoda asikwazi uadvayizana sibulele kwasodwa but as a man you have to sikwazi ukucinga ukuthi now kwesi stage ukuthi thina xa ndibona omnye brother xa ndibona wena mandazi ukuthi ndiyakuhlonipha kwindawo kuyo to lift standard sakho uhlala uzazi ukuthi now as a man ndiyindoda nawe uyindoda ngokwendlela owenza ngathi izinto nokuyabendlela enza ngayo izinto which is you are the man of respect kufuneka uhloniphe ukwazi uhlonipha xa ukwazi uhlonipha ke ngoyinto kuba ngabana uyakwazi ukuthi okay le ndoda ndingayilungisa njani kwisimo sayo and ukuthi wena nawe esindoda uvuma ukwazi ukulungiswa xa urongo and ke ngoku xa uvuma ukwazi ukulungiswa urongo ithetha ukuthi loo nto as a man kubalekile ukuthi now uyabona ukuthi kwenzeka ntoni instead of bangaba xa ukwazi ukuthi ubone ukuthi now ke ngoku apha endlini mandithi andiphangeli as a man xa ungaphangeli as a man uyazi ukuthi indoda inendlela zokuphanda but ayimoshi but yenza uxolo but iyakwazi ukuza nento ehlukileyo ezokwazi ukuba kuphilwe which is ke ngoku as a man kufuneka ube yindoda okwaziyo uba ukucinga ukuthi yeyiphi le nto ndingakwazi ujika le nto ndiyenze ibe yinto ekungasetyenziswa ngayo ukwazi ukuthi apho ndikhoyo kube kuphisi
ixesha lakho Butsiya liphelile anazi noba khona abantu abane-questions for wena napha kwi-comment section mnumbuzo nawo kukho into oyithethileyo but I feel it's a different topic umuntu oyithethileyo wathi ingxaki yethu thina madoda and now I feel like we are slowly starting to talk about the mental health of a man instead of discussing what a man is but I'm going to ask this question uthe indoda ayicingi ayikwazi uthetha like ibe vulnerable ithethe I think noSanele bekwayithetha la I think this begs the question yoba ingaba safe now for a man to talk which is why qala benthe kwi-definitions zethu ibingase si-include indoba how can it be safe for a man to need help and be able to seek help instead of athi xa iphelelwe ngamacebo yena abone intambo iyi-solution xa izinto zakhe zingalungi azibone useless and eluxanduva lwabantu which he's not supposed to be because kaloku yindoda he's supposed to take responsibility but not be a responsibility how like bengicinga kwi-definition yethu we're gonna get to a point where we say thina madoda this is how we can establish indawo safe for indoda xa ixakiwe zezi responsibilities that he has to take ingenza njani intoba ukuzifumana uncedo and ingajongelwa phantsi kuba iseyacela uncedwa and as guys comment kakamama indenza ndibe ne-heartbeat enje different ingajongelwa phantsi kuba iseyacela uncedwa and like kube safe yenza yonke lento bengicinga kwi-definition yethu sizawufika apho because we keep pointing the problems yabo we keep pointing the problems intoba ingxaki yethu madoda state ingxaki we need ukuya kwi-therapy we need but the point of it is what is a man and then if le nto ithethayo yoba amadoda adinga uthetha was part of the definition intoba indoda ngumntu othethayo xa inengxaki and athethe nabantu abaso and indoda ngumntu okwazi uyimamela enye indoda xa iza nengxaki yayo ayicebise lenza kuva but ngoku xa savele sithi indoda ingxaki indoda ayithethi we're not solving the problem we're just pointing at it andazi noma ndiyavakala Butsiya
no ndiyavakala
but mandibulele Butsiya ndicele umuntu olandelayo mandibulele thank you for your kuyabanda I believe kwezinye indawo but you up here with us so thank you for your time and thank you for being here guys andiyazi nicinga uzovalwa nini lo live mhlawumbi leli ixesha eli-right loba siwuncame siwuvale lo live or leli ixesha apho nizawudicide khona into yoba nyhani ke a man idefiniwe igqityiwe siyivile knowledge
So what up, man? What up, man?
I'm good, man. Get on the topic. Your 5 minutes starts now.
Yes, man. What is a man? Bro, firstly, you said something that before you can become a man, you first become a male, meaning that you have to be a boy first before you can become a man. Being a man comes with responsibilities. Remember that they say that maturity, it's not an opportunity. Growing up, it's not that you are growing, now you are a grown up. You get to do those things that you did not do while you were young, but it's taking responsibility. When you talk about a man should be someone who's able to provide. It's not about having money, but money, it's one of the things that a man should have. Because if we say you are a provider, what is it that you're gonna provide with if you do not have money? You need money to provide. As a man in a house or in a relationship, you should be able to take care. And for you to take care, you need money. So there's this other guy who said that a man should do what ladies cannot do to a lady. Like they should please the ladies. That one is true. It's another fact. But we must not forget that when without money, there's nothing that we can do, basically. So if you are a man and you do not have money, it can be a problem sometimes, but sometimes it cannot be a problem because there are people who can provide without having money. There are people who have money, but they still can't provide. So being a man, it's a matter of being able to provide for your kids, your girlfriend or your wife, and being able to take the responsibility as a man. As a man, I cannot sit down and see things going south in my house. No, I must take action. I must be there to correct, to lead. And when I say lead, I mean like I must act to show those that are looking up to me, maybe my sons, my brothers, that this is what a man needs. This is what a man do. A man should be a loving person to his children, to his wife, and in all that men do, they must not forget that they are people that are looked up to. You see, if in a house we have a father, we look up to our fathers, and if they don't provide, it's a problem. And then, but now our society is filled with this. How can I say? I don't know if I can say a myth, but they tend to say if the mother is okay, then the children are okay. Meaning that the fathers are now moved away from their responsibilities. It is the responsibility of the father. Yeah.
Knowledge.
Yeah.
You said as a man you need to have money so that you can be able to provide.
Yes, you need to have money to provide.
What do we say? Knowledge, the majority of South African people, not even men, South African people are unemployed. And it is beyond their control. Not all of us have the skill to be business people. If you're going to say a man must provide, you're saying our uncles who are at home in the Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, wherever, you're saying because they don't have jobs, you're saying because they can't provide for women, because you said we should provide for our women, because they can't provide for women in sense of financial provision, they are not men. Are you then not saying these people, when they think they're useless and are a burden in the society, then maybe they should just end their lives? They are on track because they're not men at all. Don't you agree that they become nuisance in the society if you're going to say because of something, circumstances that they have no control over, because of the reality and circumstances they have no control over, they become unemployed. They lack the financial muscle. And because of that, in your definition, they're not men, are you then not saying these people should then kill themselves? Are you not speaking down on other men simply because of their circumstances?
Okay.
That's the question I'm trying to ask.
Okay, I get your question. Firstly, I hear you. It's beyond their control, but it is their responsibility. You know, let me tell you something. If you are
Who
a
set this
student, and
responsibility?
then
Who set this responsibility? Who made it their responsibility? And why is it okay that it should be their responsibility?
it's okay because let's talk about ladies, man. Ladies, they get pregnant, they carry those kids for 9 months, and then they have to make sure that they nurture them, they feed them until they grow up. So another responsibility of a man is to make sure that he meets that lady halfway, because that lady has been through a lot already. Now it's time for the men to step in. Those people that are there, they are not working, they are unemployed, they must make a means. They must make a means, man. That is why it is not.
Your time is up, Knowledge. I'm sorry. Your 3 minutes
Okay, it's
came,
okay.
then I asked the question. Now the 2 minutes is up. Thank you
Okay.
for your input.
Sure.
Thank you for your thoughts. We appreciate your presence.
Sure, man.
Sanibona. Bhuti.
Kunjani bhutam?
Ngiyaphila
kunjani?
mnewethu kunjani? Alright man.
Good.
Ngiyaxolisa ngizoba mfishane kakhulu Nyamende bhuti. Ngoba okuningi sengikuzwile bengisemgwaqweni all along duty calls, but angazi noma ngiyezwakala kahle.
Ngiyakuzwa mina.
Okay. Anginakho okuningi to say. Bengizama ukulalela and ngizama futhi ukufunda kakhulu from awubhuti noma konke, kodwa ngiyadideka kakhulu wena mnewethu ngoba angikakutholi okubambekayo as a definition yalesi sihloko enisibekile ukuthi yini indoda. Ngisezwa imbono different, but yonke angikawutholi mina personally engizwe ngathi yo hayi ushaye khona. Ngimzwile uphe ukubekile wathi wakubeka nangesizulu ngangathi ngiyakunderstand, but makungena abanye bafika bebe ngathi bayakutwista futhi bese sengithi okay, what kind of a definition esizama ukuyithola ngendoda? Because abanye ngibezobe khuluma kakhulu ngama responsibilities, abanye ngibezobe khuluma kakhulu ngokuthi ngokondla indoda kumele yondle izingane nani. So to be honest with you, the whole topic iyangidida. I'm not sure ukuthi wena usuyitholile yini the direction eyakhayo. Mina angikakheki. Maybe as time goes ngizoy understand, but as for now like ngiyazibuza ukuthi okay, what exactly are we defining? Mhlambe wena ungangichazela kangcono ukuthi what exactly are we defining? Masifaka le topic sithi yini indoda. I-intro of that topic engenza ukuthi si understand, sifunde thina esilalele esingazi lutho ngokuthi yini indoda. Yini i-intro abafowethu noma ngithi amadoda angangena ngawo athi indoda umuntu osona so. Yes.
King.
Yes,
I get where you're going, and I'm gonna ask that. I agree with you. And I've tried to help the conversation by asking questions. For example, I've been asking questions of Guti. Okay, fine. What are the functions of a man? What are the attributes of a man? And please don't be abstract or sound vague in it. Just give examples, be clear. Ukuthi kumele ibe nekhala elikhulu, kumele ibe namaphiko, kumele khona undiza, and usitshele ukuthi why kumele indize. And like you explain all these nitty-gritties so that we get the picture. I've been saying. So I agree with you. But now, can you do me this favor? What is a man to you? Answer that question for us.
Okay. Ngisaphila bengicabanga ukuthi now my point of views have changed from what I've been trying to learn from amanye amadoda. But ngokwami umbono bengithi indoda the word ngiqale ngegama elithi indoda predominantly should I say it's a predominant word enengatsha. So mina I'll define indoda as a wise person, umuntu one wisdom, because that word wisdom li cover up loving, li cover up respect, humbleness, etc. So ligoqa yonke into elithi wisdom. However, isiZulu siphinde singiphikise ngoba isiZulu sithi ayikho indoda engenasici, which means somehow I think ukhona ozewathi lapha nebuza uphe wathi ubizwa ngendoda yini othanda izingane zakhe kodwa uma sephumela ngaphandle abe enye into. Then it got me confused again ukuthi njengoba nami nginawo amaphutha lawa afana nokuthi umuntu athi hey unginyathelile ngithi hayi futhi wena sorry to call the word. Does this keep me kule boundary ebengitshela ukuthi ngiyindoda yini? So hence ngisho ukuthi as for now ngizobe ngiqamba amanga but and angifuni ukusidla isikhathi, ngifuna nje ukucacisa lokho ukuthi as for now I'm confused mina myself ukuthi indoda yini, and I would love to keep listening ukuze understand, but as for now angika understand and angifuni ukusho izinto mhlawumbe ezizongilahla even worse. It's good for me to learn at this stage. Ngiyabonga isikhathi sami sesiphelile but ngizolalela comment section.
Asibonge butwana. Kunomuntu engirequestile lana ngamthatha, I think uBK or something. Mkhwenyana ubuke wakhona apha, ndicela ufake use-X kangakabe khona apha. Use-X nenceku yabantu, then wena noLebzoro nizamupha ithuba.
Evening, kumntu wonke okhoyo. Guys, I am gonna start with maybe what people have been addressing in comment section, where we have got a disconnect between a male and a man. I would love to say a male is born, but I find it very difficult to understand that a man is born. Because if a man was born, then we wouldn't have boys that we now see them being 43 and still acting as boys. To my definition of what I tried to explain yesterday, I said one of the few things that to me defines a man is a person of respect to self, of discipline to self. Because from that point, if you respect yourself, there is no way that I can foresee you not being able to respect the next person, not being able to respect the boundaries and the confines of the next person. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Zuko kukho abantu babizana ngoSathane pha ku-comment section ne-scams engingazaziyo. I need you to deal with that. I don't think we should have that or such people. Thank you. Kuba says.
All right. So it is a person that will have the respect for the next person. So when we are talking about a man, I think let us not put gender to it. As much as the topic today, we want to discuss it on more of a gender role, being a man. But if we go back to the gender roles, we're gonna miss it, because as many people have said that you can have actions and you can have attributes within you as a female that will make you to be defined that your actions are that of a man. So first of all, you should have respect. You should have discipline. Because I believe if you've got all those two, first of all, then you will start to understand the providence. You will start to understand the protection. You will start, because there is no way, if you respect yourself and you respect the next person, you won't be able to provide that for self, for family, and for community. In essence, that if I respect myself, the moment I respect myself, I'll be able to respect my wife or my partner. I'll be able to respect the man who is next door. I'll be able to respect the child who is next door. I will be able to respect the woman next door. I'll be able to respect any community member that I come across. That is my nutshell of a description of a man. And to come to a male is born. And that's what we have been discussing. That now you have got responsibilities that are put upon you as a male child, who is to develop to be a boy and to become a man, to become a father, to become a grandfather. But for you to be a man, respect self, be disciplined within self. And I think when we start there, we've got some groundwork or foundation to start to work on this definition of a man. And it's not something that we're going to finish in one night, guys, as Anele said. It is something that we're going to really have to work on until we get all the definitions of everyone of what we think what are men. And then put them together to now redevelop what 2022 men should be like. And that's Noban Vagele now, or if there are questions to that.
So accent ndiyakuva uthe ndifuna ubuza uqala umbuzo.
Yes, sir.
Uthe we should not put gender to it. Are you saying anybody regardless of their gender can be man? Yes, no?
I would say yes, Anand.
Bengike ndathi xa ndithetha sex andazi ubuso ukhona ndathi if umuntu ongumama uzothi xa esenza into entle sithi wenza ubudoda, it would look like siyacinezela kwicala labantu abangomama as if into entle bona ayibafanelanga. Can't women babe ngabafazi obenze ubufazi xa besenza izinto ezintle? Amadoda abe ngamadoda xa esenza izinto ezintle. Can't the two exist ngexesha elinye now? Because andifuni laa nto basi create a situation where umuntu owenza into embi xa ngaba owenza into entle indoda okanye wenza ubudoda, umuntu owenza into embi sithi wenza ubufazi. Andifuni loo situation. So can't we define man and silimite ibe yeyamadoda?
Okay.
Let's define it Tina and silimite it to ourselves.
Okay. That is true. That is true, Anela. I get your point, and it is very valid and very true. If we're going to be looking at it from that side and that angle, yes, I fully agree with you. We can do that. Because if we're going to go and look at the good and the bad of doing things and then start to gender define them, then we are going to be doing it wrong.
Manibulele se ex kukho abantu abarequestileyo, kukho umuntu abengu-BK I think ukhona ndicela uaccepta yena because bengenile wakhatywa inetwork so ingathi ubuyile. Benethemba uLinda Mo uzobuya but andimboni. BK.
Molweni bhuti unjani?
Hayi ucamata usigcine ngedarhu bawo. Khayibambe itshisa.
Hey, my brother, for me, it's gonna be difficult. It's gonna be difficult to try and define the terminology a man in a single day, because this thing called a man develops and it evolves. So it means that it changes over time. It does not have a fixed definition of itself.
Okay, but Masianza, so what is a man to you for you today?
A man for me has got to be one who provides. When attaching the term provide, it's not associated with money, because anyone these days can provide. It's one attached to a quality yokucinga ahead and not one who thinks in the moment. Indoda plans ahead for family yayo. Indoda ought to hold a responsibility to a family yayo. A man has got to play a role of a leader in order for the way to be easily identified by ikhaya malambe ngolubhlobo. A man has got to protect. A man has got to pave the way forward. But indoda funa ke kwakho for me izinikile laa nto yokuthobeka, imamele xa kuthethwayo. It's gonna be difficult also to attach different men from different places endingazange ndanekhawuntana nawo. But for me, amaXhosa, in terms of ubudoda babo, is someone who provides, someone who leads, and someone who's able to follow when the need be. So that's how I would define indoda for me. I'm not quite sure about other people babathini, but that's not my place to judge. But for me, that's how I say a man. A man has got to have these things, but we should not attach the terminology and must when we speak about men, because as such a man must, it becomes a very big problem. But Masiti, a man is one who has the responsibility for me.
Yima yebra ndiyakuva BK. Ixesha lakho liselihle. Ngubani lunika indoda ezi responsibilities? And ngubani lo umgadayo amjonge into yoba nyhani uzigcine kakuhle ezi responsibilities? Kwenzeka ntoni xa kwenzekile indoda ayakwazi uprovide? Because it keeps coming that a man should provide. And yintoni le funeka iprovayidwe yindoda? Uthi hayi, indoda does not have to provide ngenxa yemali. Iprovayida ngantoni and iprovayidela bani and kutheni inguye lo funeka iprovayidile?
Ifuneke nguye oprovayidile because nguye yedwa unezinto zibangela into yobana uba konwatywa apha endlini. Xa indoda ikhona endlini who has a female engunkosikazi wayo, unkosikazi wayo unemali yakhe enintsi, akayidingi enye into. But because a man holds a responsibility to make sure into yobana uba sexually he makes sure into yobana uba unkosikazi wakho wonwabile, he brings in i-character yobudoda. Ubudoda can also be defined as a sex yomntu, because now I feel like that's how we're talking about indoda. If we're not talking about indoda, understanding that indoda can be anyone else regardless of the sex yakho, uba kuthiwa unento etheni ke xa uchama emile okanye kuthiwa uchama ichophile. So a man can be anything for me. I know I gave you the strict one, but now a man is also accessible to the other gender. Yeah, so that's where I understand, but I hope so.
Ndiyakuva bhuti, andonwabanga zii-points zakho, but if akho mntu uzitshalenjayo from the comment sections andizuzichallenge.
Abantu abangosisi wena bhuti ndizama ukuthi can also become men according to le nhlalo yakulo nyaka le ka-2022. Nabo they can become male, umzekelo, uyayibona? ingamadoda ngezenzo bangamadoda ngendlela abayiyo. I don't want us to talk about the LGBTQI, because I think it is also inclusive into these definitions in terms of how we look female, how we look gender, and the sex and trying to define igama elinguman.
Okay, hayi ndiyakuva BK. Masipha abantu abapha kwi-requests ithuba BK, ndiyabulela kakhulu ngenxaxheba oyidlalileyo. I'm sure ikhona okunye nokubini esikufundileyo koze nako. And I hope as you said indoba ayonto singayidefine namhlanje. I hope as we continue trying to figure it out uzawumana usincedisa nawo. Ngalo mazwi ndiyabulela baba. The tops asikwazi Khotmane indoba siyijonge indoba uGod uthini doda pha kwi-rules besithe we don't impose pha kwi-rules besithe we don't impose i-religion yethu kwabanye abantu. So xa sayijonge eBhayibhileni mhlawumbi it will mean loo ndoda indoda yama-Christians. Hence umzekelo xa sayijonga esiXhoseni sithi esiXhoseni indoda into ethile then bayindoda yamXhosa. Nomntu ongumZulu xa izawuthi ngeSizulu indoda kusho ukuthi umuntu oso it means loo ndoda indoda, like it will create cracks esingazidingiyo because we are already not united as men. So andifuni siye kwi-religion, culture, belief systems. No, anele nguTambo noTops. Yeah. nguTambo lebesitsho bencanga nguwe Tops, sorry. But lo muntu besithi can we look at how God describes a man, and no, we can't have that conversation. Who's inviting me to host a live with them? Kwamkela uNciku yabantu because nguye endiqalayo umbona apha, then ibe nguSenzo, I think. Half past ubethile Maqabane. Endikhulule kuyasa. Nciku.
Sanibona bhuti njani?
Ndiyaphila bhuti akhonto.
Akhonto mhlekazi. So
ndicela ngabikho mntu uphinda request ngoku ndizaw accept aba bakhoyo and then siwuvale live. Ndicela ngabikho mntu uphinda request. Khawuze ngaphambili bhuti Nciku.
So let me just get on with what we are talking about. Okokuqala sonke sizalwa sabafana. Okanye amakhwenkwe in the Xhosa culture, abafana in the Zulu culture. And then in the process of growing up and in the process of gaining consciousness, we then become men, or we remain boys, okanye abafana, okanye amakhwenkwe. So the concept to me of a man is somebody ogqithile apho ekubeni abe likhwenkwe okanye abe ngumfana and is matured enough in their consciousness and their actions in relation to what it is to be a man. Now, I've heard a lot of things being spoken up about the provision and so forth and so forth. My concern is that the first duty of a boy in order for him to become a man is to be in a position to take care of izinto zasekhaya. Njengokuhoya inkomo, ukuhoya igutsha, ukuhoya imbuzi and so forth. Ukwalusa, for example. I made a series about that and I explained ukuthi the reason why ukwalusa was important is because ukwalusa is an institution of kind of teaching boys how to become men. Now, I said one of the things that you need to do at a young age as a boy to learn to become a man is to be in a position to actually deal with uncomfortable situations.
Zwakhe senze njani thina sihambe siyokhalisa lo muntu ulilayo kanye siyomthuthuzela? Like what should we do? Like what do you think would be the best thing that we do in this life? We close this live, we go to that live, we help the lady that is crying to stop crying. Like what should we do? Talk now.
Okay, sure. Ngase ngiyachaza wena Anele ukuthi okokuqala as umfana kufanele ngifunde ukuthi ekhaya nginama responsibilities in my immediate family before I go and start my own family, because my family responsibilities are the training ground for me to be able to start my own family. Ngase ngiyaqhubeka ngathi, in the meantime, when you are being a boy and you are ekuseni, you learn about ukwelapha, because some older boys teach you about amakhambi okwelapha ukuthi this is done this way. You learn about protecting imfuyo, you learn about taking care of a family investment at a young age, so that when you grow up, these things are actually second nature to you. They are not foreign to you. Now we have a situation where we grow up as boys, but we never get to the point of becoming men, because there is no stage that we actually pass to get through into manhood. So why am I saying that? Because baninzi abantu abathi bangamadoda, but when you look at their framework of mind, when you look at their thought process, when you look at what they say, when you look at what they do, it's not manhood. Because in manhood, first and foremost, must be in a position where you need to be in a position to take care of yourself. You can't be a man if you can't take care of yourself. When I say take care of yourself, I'm not talking about Guti, you are working or not working. I'm saying Guti, whether you are working or not working, you are in a position to live with that condition. And in that condition, you are working hard to get better, whether employed or unemployed. Now, what has happened is that we've reduced manhood into an account balance. We're no longer looking at emotional security that you offer to your family. No longer looking at a provision that you are doing to your family. No longer looking at a posterity. You think about a future. How is my family's name going to go ahead and get sustained? We're no longer looking at things like, how am I going to make a difference in my community? So now we are stuck with this issue of bank balance and who's driving what car and who's doing what. And we're not realizing while we're chasing those material things, we forget the most important things. I need to be in a position to take care of myself. But I can't take care of myself, Anele, if I don't know the chotapi as a man. And that's why I live up. Because if I don't know my shortcomings, how am I in a position to say I need help, kulento, and eating? Because most of us are suffering. Most of us have got depression. Most of us have got anxiety. Most of us have got bipolar. We don't even know these things because we don't want to go for counseling. Because once you say you want to go for counseling, in order to define yourself, not yes, Bob. I think
everything you're saying, it's not the definition of a man. It's problems men are facing. We're gonna get to a point where we have a lie. We have a life that talks about the problems we are facing. But today we're talking about who we are. What is a man? So what I'm expecting from you, it's attributes of a man. It's functions of a man, not how the society looks at a man, not the problems the man is facing. Just two things: attributes of a man, functions of a man. And these attributes and functions should be contemporary, meaning they should serve men of today, not our forefathers who had livestock. Not like they shouldn't speak of people who used to go to the garden and like I don't know if you get what I'm saying. They should talk about men who exist in a world where there's technology, where there's 5G type of networking systems.
So here's a challenge. The challenge.
You are left with a minute.
It's fine. I'll be done in a minute. Here's a challenge. At this point in time, you can't define manhood except if you understand how our society is constructed. Our gender roles, whether male or female, are defined by how society is constructed. Specifically for us black males, we are at the bottom rung of the economy, opportunities, and everything else. So it becomes a bit difficult to have self-actualization. I want to be a provider. I want to be a protector. when your position in society does not give you the opportunity to exercise those functions. Ngizoma lapho Nkosi yami uthengisele neminute.
Asbon, you took 36 seconds, but Asbon.
Sure.
The reason we're holding such lives as the one we're having now is so that we don't say the society is not giving us a channels. It's so that we don't say we are not allowed to do 1, 2, 3. It's so that we actually create spaces for ourselves where we can do what we need to do. So where we complain all the time. I'm one of the people who complain of this. A woman can never tell me how I should be a man because she's never been a man in her life. She's never worn the shoes of a man and lived the life of a man. So only other men can help me in figuring out how to be a man.
Yes.
But now it hurts me that we are here, we are men, we are struggling with defining ourselves. We are defining ourselves by how the society looks at us. We're defining ourselves by what the society wants from us. We are defining ourselves by what we cannot do or cannot get. And that's not what we're looking for today. Today, we are asking you, Ncegu, and everybody that is still going to come in, fuck the society. Sorry for the language. Who do you think as a man you should be? What should you have and how should you function as a man? That's the question. We're not asking what the society is doing to you. We're not asking what the society is not allowing you to do. We're not asking what problems are you faced with. What attributes should you have so we can see you as a man? What functions should you serve so we can see you as a man? And one question I'd like to add to that is, who should measure this for you and why that person?
I think the best person to measure manhood is another man, provided we have a set standard that defines what manhood is. Ngiyabonga.
Ngiyabonga Putwa. Isha.
Angena siba. Ngena.
Mkhwenyana ndicela nenze impazamo ne.
Sowugqibile.
Engxaki I was a bit emotional, I want to say, or excited. Umuntu wefana uyangena athethe nguSenzo. So ndicela uthule kuthethe uSenzo kujonge eza duties zakho phaya ezantsi. Senzo, your 5 minutes. Sawubona Senzo,
Okay.
your 5 minutes starts now.
Okay, ngiyabonga mfethu unjani?
Ngiyaphila Putwa.
Ngiyaphila. Ngizozama ukuthi kube ne-continuity encane from your previous guest. Ngicabanga ukuthi what makes it difficult for umuntu onjengami noNcegu and someone else ukuthi adefine umuntu wesilisa outside ama-standards e-society ukuthi as eshilo as amadoda we have been displaced in terms of i-identity yethu ngenxa yokuthi we have to meet ama-standards lawa abekwe i-society. Okay, ngizomove on from that. Ngicabanga ukuthi it's not an easy question ukuyiphendula ukuthi what exactly means to be a man.
Senzo.
Yes.
When you came in, I do believe you came in to tell us what your definition of a man is, without excusing it, without apologizing for it.
Yes.
So do that, because as men, we need to get to a point where we say this is who we are and we don't apologize for it. We don't explain it to people. It's either they accept that this is who men are or they just leave us alone. But we need to get to a point where we know who we are and we can say it without apologizing or excusing it or explaining it. So please do that, my brother. Tell us, who do you think a man should be? What do you think he should do? What do you think he should have? And who do you think should monitor that? Who do you think should look at like qualify or quantify a man? Please answer those questions. Don't tell us what the society is doing, what the society, like what you can or can't do. That's a conversation for a different day, not today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Ngiyabuza my brother. Just wanted to chip in kuleyo point phela in terms of your previous case. But yes, Nami, I do have the idea of what I feel and think a man should be. And I think one of the very basic things that we are not getting into, which is before we are men, we are human beings. And if we are human beings, then we are natural beings. So we are guided by AMA principles in nature. So if we are guided by AMA principles in nature as a male in terms of our physiology and psychology, we automatically fall into a place where we have a certain role, a very specific role. We environment esibagiona or we society esibagiona. So for me, ukuba indoda, it's about first providing security, and security not only in physical sense of security, but security in every sense. Security in terms of being responsible for ourselves, being responsible for territory. Because when I speak of territory, I'm relating it to a family. I'll say that. I'll relate it to a space, say to psychologically. So we are responsible for lezo zinto lezo, and we are not only responsible for ourselves. That is what I believe in nature. Yomuntu wesilisa requires me ukuze ube indoda. So, and there's something this corner. I think it's Stephen Covey. Yeah, and he was speaking in general in nama principles that guides abantu in general. So I will try to relate it to men specifically. So there are these natural principles. Akona as guide. Principles are simple, like when you do something that is right, automatically unonembeza, which tells you ukuthi lokhu akukho right. Yabo. So the point I'm trying to drive ileyo ukuthi as men, lama principles nathi ayasiguide in our role we as men and our responsibility as men. So such principles iwona lawo engiqeda ukuhighlight kancane ukuthi uma sizalwa, and when we live, automatically we fall into this place where we are I wouldn't say parent, but we have this responsibility.
Senzo, your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, my brother. Your time is up. Thank you for the input.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mkhwenyana.
Sbar.
Ngathi ayifungile guest list. Kusheka abantu abathathu.
Lovely. Nami ngo-10 ndiyavala ndiphume. So on that but ngizawuzama uhlala kude side sibe kanti siyaqeda. Ngizawuzama ngangoko. But on as attributes manje ndizibona kuvelile i-integrity, kwavela i-respect, kwavela i-sense of responsibility, but not just towards oneself but towards everyone else in your community. Kwavela ke no leadership, nobani, no self-discipline. I think though zizinto apha ezinikezelanayo but bendifuna ufika kulena ye-respect ne-integrity because I feel like
Ngicela
when we
ume
put it out there,
ngicela ume kancinci mkhwenyana. Bahle, angizukwazi ukuthatha. We agreed a while back, and I think Umishi posted uba I'm only gonna take in the people that are in the guest list. I'm not gonna take anybody else except them, and then we close the live. So I'm sorry, my guy, but I can't. We're supposed to close at 8, and then we're supposed to close at 9, and then came 9:30. Now we're approaching 10. So I'm really sorry. I hope you will find a way to forgive me. Iza mkhwenyana.
as Babin Sicho on integrity. Now it's easy to define as that, but you remain true to what you've committed to. But then you're also accountable to yourself, but accountable to everyone as well. Now, umbuzo manuvela, who holds you accountable as a man? But firstly, your word will hold you accountable. So, lento ndiyithethileyo ku-Anele uba Anele, I will be on your live and I will moderate. I will try to answer as many people as I can on the comments, and I will follow with the topic. That's for me. That's the first sign that I hold myself accountable to that. But also, Anele gets the opportunity to say Uzuko holds true to what he said he would do. You understand? So, as fruits, ukhona umfana beke wayibeka nge-example yomthi wathi, then the fruits will be bad, but ayizuba zezakho, izoba zezomntu around. Yes, you get to say these are the fruits that I bet, this is what you are capable of. But aba bantu ba around wena get to see how responsible you are, get to see how much of a leader you are, get to see how much of a community developer you are, get to see how much of an improvement you are from the previous generation, if I can put it that way, or from other men that are within the community. Because at the end of the day, we cannot run from the fact that there is always going to be a comparison, because we have to set it up against something else. Now, lendo yoba who is going to hold who accountable for what? I hold myself accountable for the decisions I make and the words that I put out into the world. But also, the people that I put into my life are people that I know are going to hold me accountable. For instance, the amount of friends that I have, I can count all of them within my 2 hands. And that is the list of friends that I have, because those are the people I have in my life. And whenever I put something out into the world, if I don't bring it into fruition, they hold me accountable. Yeah, bon. And that's how I go about making sure that ndihlala ndingumntu onyanisekileyo kum. For instance, a couple of years, 5 years back, ndisenalo ixesha?
Liyaphela qhuba. 30 seconds.
Okay, 5 years back, I quit drinking. And one of the few ways that I've kept intact that I quit drinking is one of the people that I quit with, we still talk to date. You know, it's not just something that I do on my own, because drinking was my own thing. But to stay true to that, I needed to involve someone else in the decision that I had made, and so that I could keep true to it.
Masibulele mkhwenyana.
Sure.
Lebzoro kumkane ubukuwa khona, ndicela unikwe Andy, then ndinikwe Hope, then ungene uqhubezele. Njengenkonde ke uyosola uqukumbela.
Ntwanyamende ndiyabulela tata man. Minke ndangena apha ndabreaka. I think zininzi izinto esesiziveziwe apha kule ndawo and zi-valid zonke. Okay. Ukoleka nje umsundulo phaa naphaa kwezinye zendawo eziye zavela. Okokuqala, in my view, indoda can only be a male. Umfazi uyafanekiswa nendoda. Xa ithe wenza into efana nento efana uba yenziwa yindoda xa ii-definitions esiyifumene. But we cannot say umfazi yindoda anyway. And then coming to into eyelantuka ufuna siyikhumbule ukuthi thina singabantu before sibe ngamadoda. Loo nto ithetha ukuthi sine-emotions. We go through emotions. We cry, we do zonke izinto ezi, right? And xa zisenzeka afuneke azisenzi sibe weak. I don't know mzabi kanjani. Azisenzi sibe weak. Funeka sikhumbule ukuthi ezinye zezinto esizisebenzisayo to define ourselves zinto ezadefine over 100 years ago ngootatomkhulu bethu. That time indoda yayiyi-provider because yayihamba ibheke emasimini yenza izinto ithini zonke ezaa zinto eziya. Siphila kumnyaka ngoku apho kukho abantu esiphila nabo ebomini bethu abenza umsebenzi esiwenzayo nathi. So we cannot define ourselves ngento zoba sizi-providers zizintoni. Okay, ndisuke kuloo ndawo. Ndiye kule ndawo ithi as ukhula I think kudala bekwayithetha kakhulu loo nto leyo ukuthi esikhula xa umjongile umntwana wakhe ekhula phaa uyam-assess umbone ukuthi uya kweliphi icala, uyamgruma to a point, right? Xa umbona ukuthi ngoku istate esi-right sokuthi ngoku angakwazi ukuthi umweze to elinye inqanaba, awujongi, ujonga i-behavior yakhe, ujonga indlela wayebumkhowutsha ngakhona, into bumbonisa zona ukuthi the type of decisions azithathayo, ukuthi akalindeli ukucelelwa for ukuthi ahambe uthathe inkomo ekulantukeni. Awulindeli ucelelwa ukuthi mawuthathe into apha endlini kule mihla siphila kuyo. Uzothina awulindeli uba mawucelelwa uba wenze ntoni. Wenza into efanelekileyo uyibona i-right for ekhayeni. Ndithi as umzali, you are now fit for ukuthi ungaba yindoda because of indlela oziconducta ngayo around ikhaya, right? And then ube yindoda. So in a way ndizama ukuthi you lead as indoda, you provide leadership. As a leader you take decisions, and coming to land protector. Xa uyi-leader uyi-protector in a way. Sizi-lions ukhokhele igquba labantu. What are you expecting about what we are doing by being leaders, ne? Xa use-front, you need to show abantu abasemva kwakho ukuthi le nto izayo singayikwazi uyifeyisa ngokuthi ungabimpi wena apha ebusweni, so that abasemva kwakho bakwazi uba nehope yokuthi sizakwazi uyidefeata le nto. That's leadership. Yabo. And then eyokugqibela indawo, indoda iba indoda ubomi bayo bonke after isesayifumana ngokuba indoda. Iba indoda ubomi bayo bonke, but ngokwe-phases esihamba kuzo ebomini ziye ziba different. Uyasuka from being indoda nje uyoba ngu-husband, uyoba ngutata, uyoba ngutamkhulu, but ubudoda busahleli kuwe as indoda. Ithetha ukuthi ke ngoloo nto leyo as indoda ndingaholdwa accountable ngabantu abayaziyo indoda bafuna yenze ntoni, right? As a husband, I can be only held accountable ngabantu abayaziyo as a husband intweni expected kum. As utamkhulu njalo njalo ubheka phambili, but ubudoda busahleli phaa kulaa ndawo. That is why kukho iintetho ezithi esiXhoseni, inyathi ibuzwa kwabaphambili. Awungeza kamaciko athi inyathi ibuzwa kwaphambili abayibonileyo. Ungaba yi-male but ungabi yindoda. Ikhona imfo bekwathetha abasithi kunamadoda, I would say kunamadoda ana 40 something years but they still behave like, but they still behave like boys. Yabo. Lo nto ithetha ukuthi there is something eyenzekayo. So ubudoda guys ayonto endiqondayo ukuthi singayikwazi uyifumana i-definition eclear silandukile, but funa sijonge ukuthi ezinye izinto esizisebenzisayo to define ourselves asijongi izinto ezenzeke 200 years ago, sijonga i-society esiphila kuyo nendawo esiphila kuyo ubheka phambili.
Xesha lakho liphelile bhuti, masibulele.
Dankie tata.
Sawubona.
Bhuti Hope.
Sawubona unjani?
Ngiyaphila bhuti wami. Asingene endabeni.
I mean, I want to state, Loba wangenile ne. He spoke most of the points. Now we fungena wuyo ne. There's a difference between a boy and a man. And you can be whatever age, but you can still be a boy. And you can be still young and be a man. You can get into the manhood at a very early stage of life because of the situations and the circumstances that life throws at you. Ne? The background of a man, the background shapes you to be a man that you are today. And a man must be responsible. The first thing of a man. A man must be accountable for whatever reason they take, and the man never runs away from his own situations. A boy always runs, doesn't take accountability, and the way he solves problems differs from how a man solves a problem. A man knows when and how to overcome situations, even though some situations are difficult and some situations are not easy to overcome, or some circumstances are not easy to overcome, but they never run away because he's a man. Most of us, we made mistakes when we were still boys. But when we turn to men, we never look back and say, okay, when I was still a boy, I failed to take a responsibility in 1, 2, and 3. That's what fails us as men. You have to know, okay, I made mistake when I was still a boy, but I have to go back and look, Oti, to be a man, I have to fix my mistakes.
Asibonge bhuti.
Thank you. I don't have much to say. Like, I just wanted to emphasize on those points since the elder man spoke much.
Asibonge bhuti. Thank you for your contribution. I hope we're gonna be together in this journey and we're gonna figure it out together, Uti. What is it exactly that defines a man and what are the functions of a man? And who should actually give him these functions and who should actually monitor if he's doing them right and so on. Thank you very much.
Actually on who?
Isha ngamkhupha khuluma.
Mbuyise. Wena Nyamende Nkosi yami. Kukho umbuzo okudala ubuza apha and andiyazi noba abanye abantu baye bakwazi ukuphendula. Ndiyathanda uza ngevidiyo man xa ndithetha. Andiyazi noba abanye abantu baye
andimboni Hope yaza.
Mhlawumbi amblokile. Umbuzo othi kubani lo onelungelo lokuthi uyindoda? Kubani lo ozawukwazi into yoba enze sure into yoba wena uyindoda okanye amane ekuxelela uba uyindoda? Ndizabe
yosula ikamera lebro. Yosula ikamera. Asikuboni. Or ususe le video yakho.
Sorry to interrupt you. Sorry to interrupt you. I was speaking about the point of who should lead you and whatever. Ne? Most men are groomed by their backgrounds. And we can't use a background as a run away from certain situations. Like men do when they abuse women. They say, I was abused, whatever. You have to adjust and live with the current situation. Yes, it happened in the past and it groomed you to be a man you are today. But you have to live with the current situations.
Okay.
There's no one who can show you how to be a man. There's no mentor in the world who can even mentor you how to be a man if you don't want to be a man. That's why you can find people who in their late 40s, in their late 50s being boys.
Okay. Asibonge Hope, again, I've already thanked you, but I will never thank anyone who's here enough for being here. So thank you very much, my guy.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Lebzoro, as you come in.
Ewe nkokheli yam man. Bendisathetha ngale nto yoba usithi ngubani othi omhlawumbi okuxelela into yoba wena uyindoda. Andizuthetha ngabanye abantu wena nkosi yam, ndizawuthetha ngam, because ndibalekana nento ethi abanye abantu mhlawumbi bazawuba nayo i-opinion e-different kule eyam. Ukhula kwam ndiye ndafumana enye i-Grootman eyasefemelini. Le Grootman ibincinci kwamanye amadoda, kodwa kwenzeka into yoba ihlonipheke kula madoda amadala kuyo. Ndathi ke ngoku xa ndiyibuza into yoba bhuti kutheni wena man uhlonipheke kwabantu abadala ube wena umncinci ngelaa xesha? Wathi into endiyenzileyo into yoba ndazixelela uba wonke umntu kufuneka ndimhloniphe ngale ndlela ekufuneka ndizihloniphe ngayo mna. Iqala kum laa nto into yoba ndizihloniphe, so that omnye umntu xa ndizihlonipha abone into yoba yeyi le ndoda iyazihlonipha ngeendlela ezithile. So nam andikwazi uvele ndingene nje because of le ndoda iyazazi uba ingubani, iyaphi, ivelaphi. So yaqala phana ke ngoku into yoba ndizihloniphe, ndikwazi ke ngoku umhlonipha omnye umntu noba kwenzeka ntoni na, ndimhloniphe. So ndiyakule nto wena nkosi yam into yoba kudala uyibuza le nto, ndimamele, and akho mntu ode aze kuyo uba kubani okuxelelayo okanye ngubani otshoyo ukuba wena uyindoda. It can be two things. One, it can be yourself, indlela okhuliswe ngayo ekhaya, nezigqibo oye wazithatha into yoba mna andifuni ukuthatha icala elithile okanye indlela ethile yenzekileyo apha ekhaya. Two, it can be a person that you were looking up to, right? Umntu othi okay mna njeba ndingakhulanga notata okanye ndingakhuliswanga ngutata, I will look up, ndizawujonga kulo ndoda, ndizawujonga uAnele. Uba uAnele, njeba unguAnele olapha ekufutshane kum, ndiyambona uAnele uyakhula, engubhuti omdala kum, but indlela kazenzayo zezi ndlela endizabe ndizixelela into yoba mna ndifuna ukhula ngale ndlela uAnele akakhula ngayo.
Mamele ba.
Uba zikhona imibuzo bangabuza mhlekazi wam, akhona.
You know, Lebzoro, you're the last person. I invite everybody, Olapha Live, women too, to help us decide on this one. It is my deepest feeling that we did not define a man today, but I think we can't say the life was a waste. I think whatever happened today had to happen so that we can do better. So maybe as the topic was introduced on the live that we had, where we decided lives will be held on Sundays and Wednesdays. It was introduced, but maybe we never gave ourselves time to sit down and think about how do I want to define, how would I want a man to be defined? Mnanding Anele. How would I want a man to be defined? Mnanding Lebzoro. And break it down so that by the time you come to this live, you have a clear mind of where you stand as a person, so that you don't come in and tell us what a man is not, because that's not the question. And you don't come in and tell us what a man is not allowed to do. That's not the question. You don't come in and tell us what a man is suffering from. That's not the question. It's
That's
very
not the
important.
question.
It's relevant, but it's not the question. So it is my thinking that the topic of today, justice was not done to it. We can't walk out of this live on a girlfriend, can't walk out of this live and go to their girlfriend and say, babe, this is how a man is defined. And these are the common grounds amongst definitions men have out there. Because we did not define a man. We kept on being vague. We kept on defining or telling what a man is not or what a man shouldn't be. So what I'm asking for is, can we agree here that maybe this topic should be carried over to Wednesday? But now, may we do justice to the topic? May we give ourselves time to sit down, think to ourselves. If you were to be asked by your son, if you have a son, Dad, what is a man? Tata, Indonindota, Papa, whatever they call you, how would you define it? Not by the definition your forefathers had, like Utatako, the definition he gave you, Utatomkulu, the definition they gave you, but a definition you fought for yourself, and you want your son to take for themselves and build upon it. May we agree that on Wednesday when we meet here, I'm just scared. I'm thinking we started at 6. It's 10, so it's 4 hours that we spent on this live. So I'm scared that on Wednesday we're starting at 8.
So it can be at 12. 12, 1, 2.
We can afford that. We can afford that. But may we, when we come on Wednesday, may we have clear minds of where we stand, what a man is, the attributes, the functions, and who should be the one responsible to check if you're really ticking the boxes. For example, can a woman tell you that you are not a man? For example, can a woman stand in front of you and say, no, Lebzoro, you are not a man? If not, why not? If yes, why so? Can another man tell you, Lebzoro, you are not being a man? What you're doing is unmanly. Can another man tell you that? If yes, why? If no, why not?
Okay.
This way we'll be able to establish who can judge us. Because, for example, I myself don't feel it's fair for a woman to judge me because they don't know my reality. They've never walked in shoes of a man. Even if they do things that men are expected to do, they still not men. Because I myself can never judge a woman. I can never tell a woman how to be a woman because I'm not a woman. So, can we agree that on Wednesday we're gonna be discussing this topic, but this time we're gonna come prepared for it? All those who agree with me, may they, you're right. I'm thinking of Game of Thrones. But
if you want us to take this topic to Wednesday, just raise up your hands, with comments or whatever. Kulendo oiteta wena Nyamende, that's 1. If we go to 10 and then say Itata sisa Wednesday, that's 2, 3, 4. Sizayithatha sise Wednesday ndifuna nje 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and then it's sold. We're going to take this topic to Wednesday, guys. I think wonke umuntu ufuna iye ku Wednesday. Ndiyafuna ukuthi wena Nkosi yami, I think siye saba nemibono yezinto ezohlukahlukaneyo. Xa nditsho njalo, kukho abantu mhlambi apha emhlabeni sikhuliswe ngongafani. Sikhuliswe ngongayazi into yoba uba uyindoda yintoni ubudoda. Abanye abantu bazathi ubudoda kukuya entabeni okanye kukuya ehlathini. Ibe yi-definition yabo leyo. So ndiyafuna ukuthi zikhona indlela zithile mhlambi ezingazukwazi udibana at some point kumntu othi mna ndibubona ngolu hlobo ubudoda. Ndiyarhalela ke wena nkosi yami into yoba wena noko ubulapha kwi-comments ubuza ii-questions unenyweba yento eninzi. Ndiyabawela ukuthi wena ububona njani okanye yintoni indoda before siye ke ngoku kulwesithathu.
So you're asking me to define what I think a man is?
Kunjalo mhlekazi wami obalulekileyo.
I think a man is a person, Lebzoro, who has the mindset of a progressive being. And I do want to say this before I make my assertion. Some things will overlap to Umdong Mama. And to me, that is not a problem, because I'm not trying to make a man different from a woman. If they happen to be stimuli, it's still okay, in my understanding. If they happen to be stimuli, it's still okay, in my understanding. So, one, a man is a person who has a progressive mindset. By a progressive mindset, I mean, when you find something, the mentality you have is to grow it instead of destroying it. Either be it a kid, either be it a business, either be it anything, either be it a woman you met on the street, the mindset you're gonna have, either be it yourself, the mindset you're gonna have towards anything you meet, it would be to grow it, to develop it, to make it better. So I mentioned self up. So it means you're gonna be a person who grows himself. It does not necessarily have to be academically. It does not necessarily have to be business-wise, but you'll know where you want to grow yourself, and then you will grow yourself. That's the first part that defines a man. Two, a man will have a purpose. By purpose, I mean your purpose either will be, you will realize where you're growing up from. There's no sanitation, there's no running water, and you will actually take that as a problem, and you will stress about it. You'll want to find ways on how you can contribute towards the solution. Maybe it won't be possible for you to solve it alone, but you will you will make it a point that you do something about it. And to me, that is having a purpose, to know that there's a role you need to play towards your people. It's your purpose. Like you find it, like abanye abantu purpose yabo, it's political. Abanye abantu purpose yabo is spiritual. But you will know what your purpose is, and you will serve it. I can't tell you what a purpose ga Lebzoro will be. I can't tell you what a purpose ga Ash should be, but I can tell you a purpose ga Anele what it should be. And I got purpose wrong. But when you find your purpose, you should be able to then serve it. And we should let me not talk about the people outside of you. So you should be able to serve your purpose. So these are two attributes I've mentioned: the progressive mentality and your purpose, right? The third one is to be responsible of yourself. When I say self, I'll break it down: your mental health. You can't be in a place where you don't feel wanted. You can't be in a place where you have to beg to be there, or to rent, meaning to give out money so you can be there. You have to be like, your mental health has to matter to you. So you're going to be in a place where it's safe for you to be broken. It's safe for you to be vulnerable, to need, to seek help, and so on and so on. And the place you're going to be in, it's going to be your support system. That's you being responsible to yourself. After being responsible to yourself, you're going to be responsible for your dog. You're going to be responsible for your cat. You're going to be responsible for your children. You're going to be responsible. I'm not one who believes that a man should lead. I allow the idea and let it leave when people say a man should lead. But I'm not one who thinks a man should lead. I think there was a time when men were seen to be leaders. Now, I think of a man as an equal. So I picture myself with my woman sitting on a round table, and we discuss ideas. The one that could be reasoned for better is the idea that wins. It doesn't matter if it comes from a man or a woman.
Or a woman, yeah.
That's my view. So a man should be a person who leads and allows to be led. That's my view of it. You don't lead alone. You are lead and you are led. Those are attributes. Then the functions comes from these attributes. I think a function is already defined by the attribute, what attribute does. So if you want to grow something, you have to work really, really hard for that thing to grow. If you're planting a seed, you go water it. So if you're raising a child, you're going to work 110% hard to make sure that your child goes to school, eats at night. You don't necessarily have to have a job, but you'll find a way and means. And remember, I said you are leading with your partner. So you are as responsible to this child as the mother is responsible of this child.
Yeah.
You are responsible of your own growth. You are responsible of the growth of your child. You are responsible of the growth of your cat. So by the time you get a cat for yourself, you should know how you're going to feed it. By the time you get a dog for yourself, you should know how you're going to feed it. So those are functions. Now the third part, which I kept asking, who should measure Uba, I am a man and I'm being a man? To me, one itself, integrity. Integrity is being able to do the right thing even if no one is watching. So it's yourself. You should be able to measure your how true you are to your words and how true you are to the definition you've given yourself. The second one, it's those that are around you. So I think a man should be able to look at another man and question, why are you being like this as a man? Question from a position of understanding, not judging. Because you are not me, I am not you. But when I see you going astray, to be a brother's keeper is to ask, why are you doing what you're doing? That's me being a brother. That's me being a man. Is to ask you, why are you doing Ash, why are you drinking all your money, bro, when we get paid? Then Ash comes to me and says, this is why I'm doing it. And we discuss that and we find a solution. If it makes sense that Ash drinks all his money, then he should continue. But I, as a brother and as a man, should try to grow Ash. So it means I should talk to Ash and find out why he's doing what he's doing and if it's right for him or it's wrong. We're discussing this with him. He's telling me if it's right or it's wrong. Ash is an adult. So it's myself that measures my manhood, and it's also other men that should firstly understand what my manhood is and then measure it. Do you understand? So because if Lebzoro, I'm measuring myself, then nobody is going to hold me accountable. I can change the rules as I go as it suits me.
Okay.
So that's my answer to it.
Ndikuva kahle Nkosi yami. Ndikuva kahle. It's a pity ba Ash ngathi uzimutile pha. Beningayibawela inansika yakhe.
Singayiqalele ekuqaleni madoda. Anele quickly ndifuna uzophuma ngoku. I would like to suggest that is about ndisho namhlanje. Ndiyarhalela uba sibe meeting maybe tomorrow about the way forward for Wednesday. But for now that kukhona abantu abalapha ndifuna uthetha lento yokuba we cannot exhaust this topic. Kuyacaca and siyavumelana uba siyenza on Wednesday. But if siyenza on Wednesday, it will mean siqala ngo-8 until 10 or 10:30. Ixesha lincinci. So what I want to say is, can we agree kwinto ethi on Wednesday siqala maybe ngo-7 or 6 so that basiyazi basithenga ixesha? It's just a suggestion on that one.
Before wena Anela thethe wena Tops, I think abantu abaninzi around 6 bebesithi bazabe bebusy okanye bazabe besemisebenzini okanye bekwi-traffic begoduka. Hence siye saqonda into yoba mhlawumbi u-8 it will be the perfect time for everyone, whereby everyone uzabe at least sekefikile endlini okanye seke close nasendlini.
3 guests are here because Mustard we've closed the topic, so now we're discussing the way forward.
Yes. Okay. Okay, if bengenela loo nto kakhulu. Into yokugqibela bakhulu bam yeyobana Anele, this live noba uqhubeke kanjani bhuti wam, zange samenza ulive kanje, zange sabana itopic wesizoxoxa into serious kangaka ngolu hlobo.
Absolutely.
For me this was fruitful. For me this was the best. Then ke ngoku it's up to us. That's why I'm saying ke ngoku let us have a meeting efana naleya sasenayo wesizobona ukuba singalungisa phi, sicinga uba sihambe phi wrong, uyabo. I see nothing wrong here. Get me? I think because siyaqala zange yenzeka before, this was good and fruitful. Thank you so much, guys. Siyicingeni ke le xesha. Enkosi.
So that helps before uphume.
Sure.
If nifuna kubekho meeting, we can have it mhlambi no Ash, no Pay, Ngom, so like whomever wants us to have a live and discuss how we move forward. I think around 7 or 8 Ngomso. In fact, 8 Ngomso.
Yes.
8 Ngomso. Then it would be a short thing where we just discuss the nitty-gritties, or advise on how we should go forward on the coming lives.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much to everybody that was here. I appreciate you all and I love you all. To our ladies in the comment sections, you guys are queens. Ash?
Hey, wait.
You got something to say?
You invited me, so that's why I was maybe thinking that maybe there's something that you wanted to ask or want me to add on to something.
No, it was when I wanted the view that should we take this topic to the Wednesday live or do we leave it here? Because I felt we didn't do justice to it. So maybe people need to go and have clear heads. So I was inviting a lot of people so that we can have a discussion, but that's covered now.
All right. Yeah, no, so I don't know, for my suggestion, I think a lot of people are still pretty much unsaturated. We are still, trying to, gather ourselves in the direction as to what a man is. And I think we haven't, we did attract a lot of attention. But I think on Wednesday during the weekdays, because abantu ba relaxile ngoba okanye they're just sleeping, preparing for umsebenzi. I think Wednesday during the week, a lot of people tend to be online at night. Like if we relax from Spain, or whatever. So I think we should really still continue with that topic on Wednesday. And then I think because this is the most important part, identification of yourself. Everything else about functionalities and don't ezozinto, they can follow after because it's much more easier. So if we set the foundation properly, the foundation being understanding what a man is, so that most people understand and we are all moving together as a unit, it will be easier to build on to other things. So I think maybe we can touch base on it on Wednesday, perhaps, majority of the times, and then introduce the next topic.
No, people have agreed that we will. This is the main topic even for Wednesday because
okay, that's fine.
We didn't do justice to it. Ash, there's a suggestion from Uta Tops that tomorrow at 8, we should have a live, just a mini live, where we're gonna be discussing what maybe could be fixed on the live that happened today, and maybe what can be added or taken out. I don't know if you had that part. So there's going to be a live tomorrow.
I'm good with that. Yes.
I'm just not sure if I'm going to be hosting it. He didn't say, or somebody else is going to be hosting it. I don't know about that part.
My guy.
If Upe is there in the comment section, I don't know if he'll be hosting it, because he agreed that when I can't host, he will host. And I think you yourself, Ash, you have agreed that when I can't host, you will host.
When?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
Yeah, look, I'm always ready to support. I'm always ready to be there, you know. Yeah, so if push comes to shove, yeah, I can host it and we can talk about it.
Okay, cool.
I'm not hosting. You see the Sunday lives. This has been you know how difficult it is hosting a live for hours. It's a lot.
My back, my back.
Bruh, the last time I was on a live, ndahlala for 7 hours. 7 hours on a live. Kange ndike novuke, bruh. Like I was so like hungry. It was too much. So I really commend you for your strength and actually hosting this. This is going to be a long process. You know what we can do? We can rotate it by weeks. Mhlambe this week, ibe kwakho live. Next week, pay. The other week, maybe izengagimi. You know, I think we can do that. That way yeah, because it's going to be too much for you. Like I feel for you. It is going to be too much.
Thank you, bro.
I'll give you advice when you host. Faka i-background. And then mawufuna ukudla ushaya abantwana bakho ukudle
Hey Gabriel, I'm still recovering, but ndiyabulela guys. Thank you to everyone. Like it's been amazing.
Thank you guys. See you when we meet again. I think Monday or Wednesday. I think we obviously we're gonna have a live on Wednesday. But I, Pay, and other people, we need to Ash, Gatobs, I think Labzoro is going to be there, and everybody who's interested to be there. You can come in and we discuss how things should go.
Okay, so it's decided. Uta Tops is hosting for Ngoms, okay?
Yeah, Uta Tops is hosting. Yo, guys, my back. Yes, Labzoro, I thought tomorrow I'm going to be doing legs. I'm not. My lower back won't agree.